All right. Good evening, everyone. I am Vi Lyles, and I'm going to call this meeting of the Charlotte City Council Consent and Action Review to order. We'll begin with introductions. We will start with our city attorney.
Patrick Baker, City Attorney.
Victoria Watlington, District 3.
Dante Anderson, District 1.
Ed Driggs, District 7.
Malcolm Graham, District 2.
Marcus Jones, City Manager.
Vi Lyles, Mayor.
Braxton Winston, Mayor Pro Tem.
Good evening, LaWanna Mayfield, Councilmember at Large.
Dimple Ajmera at large, and happy Diwali to everyone who's celebrating.
Yes.
Stephanie Kelly, City Clerk.
All right. Thank you very much for this. This meeting is an opportunity for us to address issues that are going to be coming forward in the next several weeks or months, or the next month. With this, we also begin with the idea of are there any questions on the consent agenda items? And so Ms. Harris is here. There's a report at your seating place, at your place, for, I think, several questions that were asked and answered. So we'll go to anyone that would like to have any item removed from the agenda, or for a separate vote, or would like to make a comment on it.
Ms. Mayfield.
Ms. Mayfield.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I first want to step back and say welcome back to Ms. Stephanie Kelly. We have missed you, so welcome back to us. Marie, thank you for getting an update. I still have a longer question for item number 14, which is on our business agenda, the Carolina Theater. So what I'm trying to figure out is the city has an additional funding request out there. What is the additional funding request from the county when we look at the total amount of funds that we have already contributed to the Carolina Theater, and looking at the breakdown of the dollars? Mecklenburg County has already committed $4.2 million. The city of Charlotte has 4.5 million contributed to this. And this request this evening is for an additional $2 million. So I would like to know exactly how much is the county also being asked, so that we don't have an imbalance with the city putting in almost $7 million into this project, and with that being very close to the corporations, foundations, and the individual donations they have made.
Thank you, Ms. Mayfield. That's a business item on our agenda, and we'll have, I think, surely have some remarks about it. You know, it's really, from my experience, the city and the county often have been asked for things to do, and I just met with the West Boulevard Coalition, and, you know, we put in 1.5 million, and the county put in 3 million. So it's not always equal. So I think if we can have some examples of where we had equality, of equal contributions, as well as those things that we have not, and the reason why, we can talk about that at the business meeting this evening. So with that, is there any other consent items for question or comment? If we're done, do I have a motion to approve consent items 19 through 41?
So moved.
I have a motion and a second. Hearing no further discussion, all in favor of the motion, please raise your hands.
Malcolm.
Anyone opposed? All right, that motion passes. So the next thing we're going to do is turn it over to the manager for review of the agenda items that we have that we're going to be looking and previewing this afternoon.
Thank you, Mayor and members of council. We have two items under the action review for tonight. One is the tree canopy update, as well as the bus operations contract update. I do believe there's a closed session item also, Mayor. So what I'd like to do is just make sure that you have enough time to have good discussions. We've set aside approximately 10 minutes for the presentations related to each one of these, and about an hour for the council discussions. I will tell you that during the manager's report, if you need to pull the bus operations contract over to that, I think that would be fine. But I just wanted to make sure that you have ample time to have discussions about these good topics.
All right.
Okay. But that's it, Mayor. Unless there are any other questions, I'd like to turn it over to Allison.
Hopefully, we can knock that out in an hour, Mr. Manager.
That's the goal. That's the goal.
All right. Good evening, Mayor, Manager, and members of council. We are here tonight to provide you with an update on the tree canopy analysis work that has been done in partnership with Tree Charlotte. Trees, of course, are very important to Charlotte and to our residents, providing a multitude of benefits to our community. So what the analysis found is that Charlotte continues to have a robust tree canopy. And so what the analysis found was that our tree canopy coverage is at 47.3%, which is down 0.5% from 2018, which is a much slower decline than previously thought, which is great news. We can attribute this to canopy growth and to planting and preservation. However, the study does say that our tree canopy coverage is still declining, and that on our current path, we would not be able to reach our 50 by 50 goal. We have certainly strengthened our tree canopy regulations through the UDO, which of course would not have been picked up by this analysis because they just went into effect 6 months ago. But they do lay a great foundation for future work in the future to meet this goal if that's what the city aspires to do. So I wanted to mention that we won't have all the answers tonight. This is a brand new analysis. We're still combing through the data. But early review is starting to reveal some great opportunities for us to improve on our policies, on our programs, planting and regulations in partnership with Tree Charlotte and the county to better support our tree canopy assets. So tonight, at the end, Tim will also talk about next steps. We certainly will have more information for you in the future as we start to work towards our Tree Canopy Action Plan 2.0 and update our future tree canopy goals. So I'm going to turn it over to Tim, but I also wanted to recognize that Jane Myers from Tree Charlotte is here as well and can answer any other questions that you may have about Tree Charlotte work. So thank you, Tim.
Thank you, Allison. Good evening, council members, Madam Mayor. Very pleased to be here this evening to provide an update on our tree canopy. Also wanted to mention, as Allison stated, Jane is here, and this was a joint project between Tree Charlotte and the City of Charlotte. Tree Charlotte served as program management lead and funding lead, and it's been a great path working on this with Jane and her team. So very excited about that. The analysis looked countywide, of course, with a focus on the City of Charlotte canopy trends, and this will serve as a foundation for multiple tree canopy efforts, including TCAP 2, which is our working title for the update to the 50 by 50 tree canopy goal and urban forest master plan. Planet Geo was the consultant, and they analyzed the canopy cover in 2022, looking for the changes that occurred from 2018 to 2022, targeting things such as ecosystem benefits, what available planting area exists across the city, canopy as it relates to urban heat and harmful urban temperatures, and overall distribution across many geographies and demographics. A core part of this project also includes a soon-to-be implemented new online mapping tool called Tree Plotter Canopy. General Services Landscape Management Division currently uses this online mapping tool for an engagement program called Tree by Tree. It also displays the street tree inventory, and this new tool will display the results for the community of our tree canopy distribution and also serve as a planning tool for staff, the community, and Tree Charlotte as we move forward for future efforts with canopy. The methodology is important to note. Was anything technology in our lives, it's evolving quickly. The data accuracy, the actual way the data is analyzed. It's exciting that AI is now everywhere in our society. Urban forestry is no exception. So this assessment utilized modern machine learning techniques and looked at high quality high-resolution aerial imagery. That differs significantly from the 2018 analysis, which was more human computer model-based assessment. We're positioned really well for the future of apples-to-apples assessment to make sure we can have a benchmark and measure success against that moving forward. And of course, Jane, I welcome any comments you may have. So, as Allison mentioned, we're at 47.3, a lot going on this slide, but our canopy cover declined 0.5% over that 4-year time span from 47.8 to 47.3, further confirming that we have a very robust canopy. And we'll see some numbers later on how we compare quickly with other peer cities. The decline is slower than we previously thought. We're not yet on a path to 50 by 50, but this data suggests that is still attainable. And our canopy efforts, not just the city, but Tree Charlotte and all their partners and residents, those canopy efforts are having impact, and they're much more easier to assess and detect given the new AI assessment methodology. No surprise, residential areas have the highest land area, canopy cover, and canopy loss throughout the city, including the most potential planting opportunities in area. Public property, public rights-of-way, that includes city-owned properties, all saw increases. City-owned properties are currently at 46% coverage. Canopy is not distributed equally across Charlotte. We'll see in a moment. There's a map that shows by neighborhood profile area, and gains were not equally distributed. Each area had gains and losses, but they're all starting from different places, which is important to note for equity reasons. The highlighted second bullet here is an important theme we wanted to mention, is that best case scenario, if we stay on the current path, is 40% by 2050. This aligns with analysis from the 2017 Urban Forest Master Plan that said 41% is the maximum canopy if you stay on your current path. So every site at full development with a fully mature tree canopy, that's the number, 40%, that's projected from this analysis. Another thing I think it's really important to highlight relative to efforts are having impact is that the overall gains almost offset the overall loss, which is important because we haven't really had that talking point to really champion before. So that's important. We're still losing canopy, but the gains were significant incrementally, and it's much easier, and I think it's felt in a way, canopy loss is felt in a way very different. It's very immediate and acute because the tree is there or forest is there, then it's gone. Gains are much harder to see, they're much harder to feel, but it's happening, and we have really good data to show that. 29% of Charlotte's impervious, and this was very eye-opening. Only 9% of our canopy covers impervious area, which was very interesting. Focusing more on the city, the ETJ, and rights-of-way, if you add the city limits and the ETJ for Charlotte, we're approximately at 49.9% collectively. The ETJ has a much higher canopy coverage than the city. City-owned property, diving a little bit deeper there, had an increase in canopy. There's still opportunity to plant more. This is a general assessment of potential planting area. It does take out things like golf courses and Bank of America Stadium. You can't plant trees on football fields and things like that. So that kind of stuff has been taken out of this potential planting area. PPA, that's an acronym you're going to hear throughout the presentation. Public street right-of-way saw an increase as well, which is exciting. There's also more opportunity to plant there. Doing fairly well. Atlanta is going to release a canopy analysis very soon, so interested to see what they find. We're at 47.3. Also interesting, all of these cities have adopted citywide canopy cover goals, which is interesting because the biggest nonprofit urban forestry consultant, American Forest, no longer recommends a citywide canopy cover goal as your only or primary metric and objective. It's still used as a tool, but should not be the only tool. It should be very specific to each city, and there should be scalable, benefit-driven, data-driven objectives to really deliver canopy and trees and benefits where they're needed by the people. Robust canopy, very, very high level of benefits being provided across multiple areas. 52 million and change provided annually per this analysis. Cleaning air, sequestering carbon, energy savings. Wildlife is an area we're being more and more focused on. Place types. We saw canopy loss in 9 out of 10 place types. The table, the bar chart on the right there, numbers were rounded to whole numbers. That's why you see some of them are even. Some of the losses were fractions of decimal points. So this also speaks to almost all the gains offset all the losses, but not quite. But there were losses occurring in every place type except parks and preserves, which saw an increase. Neighborhood 1 place type, the residential themed, most loss, most canopy to lose, most area. 70% of total loss occurred in this place type, approximately 700 acres. Also has the greatest opportunity for planting, over 25,000 acres. 66% of the city's total possible planting area, or PPA, exists in this place type. Neighborhood profile areas, a geography we're all familiar with. You can see canopy is not distributed equally. I do want to point out there is high canopy in most residential areas, not all. We have identified for a number of years concerns with managing canopy, even in lower canopy areas, large tree assistance, canopy care, helping folks maintain large trees on their private property is needed throughout the city. This middle bullet here, most of the neighborhood profile areas had a canopy between 40 and 70%. Just let everyone kind of review that and digest it for a moment. When we look at canopy loss, this was very interesting. Unlike the last analysis, it occurred citywide. The darker orange, yellow colors are higher levels of loss. I'm slightly colorblind, so this color spectrum gives me a little bit of a problem, but I've been told, no, it shows more of a distribution of loss across the city. Our last analysis had heavily concentrated loss in a few geographies. This shows loss. Of course, there's some concentrated areas, but it shows more of citywide loss across multiple neighborhood profile areas. And these are based on census block and census demographics, just to make sure everyone understands these geographies. So canopy gains a little bit harder to see on this map, but every area had canopy gains. This map shows what the overall net reality was, loss or gain. So incrementally, gains are occurring everywhere. There are some areas who start with much lower canopy, so there's less to lose. This map doesn't show all those realities. We are going to dig deeper into this data that we received just a few weeks ago and report out in the future. So some major takeaway themes is that the methodology, the technology, the data accuracy has evolved significantly in just 4 years. We're very excited to have a new reality with AI that could really give us a higher level of accuracy and set us on an apples-to-apples comparison path. We really want to highlight that our canopy is still robust, it's resilient, but it's facing some challenges, and there are threats out there. It is still declining, but results indicate 50% canopy cover, 50 by 50, that one metric still may be achievable. There are some models in the report, it's not in this presentation, but there are some data models projecting current losses, projected losses, plus tree planting efforts that equal a number. They look at business as usual, increased planting at one level, increased planting at a higher level, and it projects how many trees are needed to achieve 50 by 50 or more. Canopy equity is something that's really important. There is a lot of data out there on temperatures. This analysis provided even more quality data on neighborhood temperatures. There's a lot of work to be done on focusing on policy, on canopy equity. Additional analysis is needed, and we look to complete that in future policy work in TCAP 2, which again is an update of 50 by 50 canopy goal and the urban forest master plan. Some work that has occurred already connected to this analysis, or just, canopy coverage, is in the UDO, the last analysis we saw a decline in residential areas. Residential infill lot or infill development on single lots is now regulated, something we previously didn't do. June 1st with the UDO, we started requiring street trees to be planted on these infill lots that trigger compliance. We're also preserving heritage trees in all areas now, including residential areas. Tree save requirements increase from 10% to 15% of all new single-family subdivisions. So the concern about canopy loss in residential areas was acted on by council in the city in the UDO. Really, really early look, something to consider. The impervious item of where only 9% of our canopy covers impervious coverage. That's eye-opening, and so that's something we may suggest focusing on in the future to better reduce temperatures. Trees are a great tool to do that. There could be some regulatory or strategic programs that target that in needed areas. Next steps, as Allison mentioned, further review and just understanding of the data that we have. The data will be made available. We're seeking for tomorrow to be published online where we can have links provided to the public. TCAP 2, or Tree Canopy Action Plan 2, is what we're calling the update to the 50 by 50 canopy goal in Urban Forest Master Plan, and we plan to take that on next year, 2024. And that is a quick update on where we are with our tree canopy.
Well, Tim, thank you. Thank you for this. I tell you, there are three things that I noted that give me great hope for what we are trying to accomplish. Is one, first of all, the technology and access to the public, so that, you've worked with AI, but you also are going to put it in a place where the community can understand and read, and especially those in the sustainability world, to help us address this. And then the other thing that I thought is that you gave an ability to identify by category. You can actually pull out some things that are more important or could be done more easily than not. And I think that information is very, very helpful. And then I guess my final thing is you gave me hope because you said 2050 was feasible, that it is possible. And that kind of hope is really important. So thank you for the team. I want to thank Tree Charlotte. I remember being one of the people on the board years ago, and being able to see this today as opposed to what it was before has been really significant. Now, this is in the TAP committee, so I'm going to recognize the chair, and I think everyone wants to speak. So, Mr. Driggs, you can choose to go with Ms. Anderson or Mr. Graham, and we're coming around. All right?
Thank you, Mayor. So I first want to note this is really valuable data. It's important that we have the facts because the conversation is often emotional. You've got the developer community, and then you have interest groups advocating for trees. And so we need to have an objective frame of reference. Appreciate that. I thought, listening to your report, this wasn't as bad as I expected. So I had a bigger concern than is reflected in a lot of what you told us. That's good news. I'm happy about that. I'm also a little concerned that we not get complacent and think, okay, this isn't as tough as we thought, and so we could take our foot off the gas or something. The other difficulty I have is aligning everything you told us with the kind of public conversation that takes place in the context, for example, of our zoning meetings and so on. So I have 3 big rezonings pending right now involving 200 acres that are very likely, if at all, developed. And the prospect is that they will be essentially clear-cut, subject to tree save. So an idea has taken hold in the minds of the public that we are just running roughshod over our trees. I think we need to figure out how to get from what you're telling us to a policy conversation that's more recognizable, I'll guess, in the minds of a lot of the people who are watching us work. And I'm not sure what that looks like. You have indicated there. I'm still, in my own mind, trying to figure out how will we progress from what you're doing to rules and to provisions in the ordinance. And I would say this, by the way, also a little bit about traffic. People are upset about traffic, and they're not seeing relief in the work that we're doing in our UDO. So that would be a concern I have. I do have one question, and that is, how are we adjusting for changes in the composition? Like, you have a percentage number. There are mature trees, there are new plantings. So are we somehow taking into account the quality of the canopy as well as just those percentage numbers?
We are. That's a great question. And in the bullet here of additional analysis, that is something we want to target. We targeted that in the initial tree canopy action plan work. That was part of the comprehensive plan initiative, where we really got into looking at the types of trees, the types of canopy, and the benefits they provide, but also the quality. So we had some steps forward in the UDO regarding prioritizing quality and the placement of tree preservation. But we can do more. So that's something we're considering. This analysis was a GIS top-down assessment, which is very valuable. But with trees, there's also great value from a bottom-up, where you actually go into the field and assess trees from a human perspective. So that is something we're considering doing in TCAP 2. Additionally, we want to look at an assessment that projects the canopy coverage that we achieve out of our regulations. Like, what level of canopy is likely going to occur for commercial, multifamily, residential, based on our current regulations. We have reacted and provided new concepts to implement in the UDO related to canopy issues, but we can be more intentional and learn more about each type of development type and what that canopy provides to guide us for our rulemaking.
I appreciate that. I just look forward to us having the opportunity to figure out what action, right, is indicated by the analysis. But I appreciate your work. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Anderson?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So first, I just want to acknowledge Tree Charlotte and all the work that they do to preserve and extend our canopy. As we know, our tree canopy is a huge attraction point because it differentiates Charlotte from other cities that haven't really been mindful about the canopy. And so I want to thank Tree Charlotte for all their efforts to protect that. I, too, was a little bit surprised that, we haven't lost more canopy given the rate of growth and development that has occurred. So when you think about those two things in tandem, it's very surprising that we've only lost 0.5% of our canopy. But having said that, as Mr. Driggs just mentioned, one particular project may potentially wipe away 200 acres of canopy, and that's effectively 20% of the canopy that we've lost over the last several years. So we do have to be very, very mindful about, how we embrace these major, large development projects. The one thing that I've noticed as you were going through the information is that clearly the residential areas have the largest lack of canopy, if you will. And, that creates that urban heat impact for residential areas that will increase their utility bills. And so I have some real concern about that. And as you go into your additional analysis, it would be great if you could maybe address that specifically, how we can tackle that effort. The other thing that I was a little bit concerned about is this whole concept of impervious landscape and having only 9% of our canopy covering that, right? That creates a whole host of ecological and climate challenges, right, that we have to deal with. And I think that's a big issue that I wasn't expecting to see out of this data and information. On the slide 13, where you talk about our canopy gain, and 12, where the loss, it effectively feels like, there's going to be a significant area right in the middle of the city, right, that's going to have significantly less canopy. And in some terms, that makes sense, but in other ways, I think we can be very strategic about how we can fight that.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And I'd like to see some steps as you come back to address that potential issue. And then lastly, I just want to ask you, when are you going to come back with next steps? Like, what are next steps in terms, as it relates to action points, and when we can be able to stand those things up?
Right now, we're tentatively thinking in 2024, calendar year 2024, as we want to take some time to review this data, a number of months. Again, it's a joint project with Tree Charlotte, so it's their data too. We want to be in lockstep with them as much as possible, but we want this data to be quickly supportive of policy work in 2024 that's going to look at our canopy goal, as you said, to be more strategic. If the community decides to keep 50 by 50, that's going to be a tough decision. But I think, as you hit the nail on the head, we have to be more intentional and strategic on multiple scales. Canopy cover in some of the urban core areas may not be achievable at 50%, but we can deliver trees where the people are, increasing planting and canopy coverage over sidewalks, multi-use trails, and things like that. So 2024, we're looking to start and complete TCAP 2, which is that policy work.
Okay, great. I'd like for us to keep the 50 by 50 because, that's a big, hairy, audacious goal. And if we work towards that, even if we don't hit it, we'll be in a better place. So I would like for us to not move or pivot from our original goal. So it would increase our efforts in this regard. So thank you for all the work that you've done. And thank you, Madam Mayor.
Ms. Watlington?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've just got a couple of quick follow-up questions, more general for my understanding. As I'm looking at the tree canopy, I'm understanding here that on slide 6, it says that there's 40% maximum canopy cover projected in 2050 if it's business as usual. And when we talk about, you're going to say something? Go
No,
ahead.
I'm sorry.
I just want you to unpack that because I'm balancing that versus this graph here on slide 10, and I'm seeing the gains offset most of the detected canopy loss. So can you help me understand how those pieces work in concert?
I can't, to a point, that the model's a little bit more complex than I could just relay right now, but we can provide a more detailed answer. And I welcome Jane to add anything here as well. So the model that's projected that takes into account a number of different loss types and gains type and planting efforts that we identified with the consultant. We provided average planting numbers collectively between the city and Tree Charlotte. That doesn't capture the community or Mecklenburg County or other partners, but that's assumed in the model. So it takes known variables and assumed variables and provides an annual loss projection for development-related loss. I believe there's some part of an aging canopy factor in the model as well. And it says, if your planting efforts, your current regulatory approach, if all these assumptions stay the same through 2023, over the next 27 years to 2050, they project that 40% coverage is the maximum. Overall, it's going to decline slowly on an annual rate, and that's the maximum we can hope for unless we change path and change tactics.
Right. And certainly, I'm sure you all find that alarming, as do I. So then as I see this gains offset most of the detected canopy loss, how am I to understand that within the context of what you just shared?
I would add that the ability to detect gains has increased so significantly, and multiple people have mentioned loss is so much easier to see and feel because typically it's not a branch, it's a tree or mass clear cutting. So we saw gains in every place type, in every council district, in every geography that we've looked at. There were incremental gains, and so the assessment methodology and technology can detect if a tree branches on average grew 6 inches or 12 inches. So we can pick that up now. And when you add that in to the model, that takes into account loss of, 20-plus acres of canopy from development, or trees that die in people's yards, overall, the incremental gains in tree canopy, which is almost all gains are incremental, they offset all the different types of loss across the city that's occurring, just from a net approach.
I apologize. I know I missed a moment of what you said. I don't want to belabor the point, but I just want to make sure that I'm understanding. Based on what you said, our regulatory landscape, the forecast of what we can expect is that we will see a decrease in the maximum canopy, in the canopy cover. We can expect 40% maximum, but we're also saying that the canopy gains have offset the detected canopy loss, so that would lead me to.
Almost. It's the detected gains, I think, to the point of there's some surprise over the loss wasn't more significant. We've detected more gains than we expected. And the consultant actually said in the report multiple times, I believe, that the efforts of the city and Tree Charlotte and everyone in the community of planting and preserving trees almost offset all the losses that we're sawing. So planting more trees, all of our existing canopy, just growing slowly every year as trees kind of spread out and their canopy coalesces. Collectively, that almost offset all the loss. I think the consultant was a little surprised as well.
Okay, so am I to take that to mean if people were not planting new trees, we would expect 40% maximum canopy cover, but because people are planting trees, because trees are growing, we're actually seeing just a small net gain in tree canopy?
No, not a net gain. We're seeing canopy gains that have slowed the decline.
Okay, but overall it's going to be a decline?
We're still going down. So all the efforts efforts are working to, I would say, slow the canopy loss.
Gotcha.
So if Tree Charlotte, yes, Jane, please jump in.
Please stand up. I think we really badly.
Yeah, the green means on. Green means go. Thank you for having me, and thank you all for recognizing Tree Charlotte and the mission and all your years of support. I am delighted about our partnership and the opportunities we see in front of us and the ways we're working together to preserve what we see as our greatest natural hallmark of this city, and appreciate how concerned all of you are, because that's how we're going to get some things done. I think about it in terms of how mature our canopy currently is, and they have a natural lifespan. And so the way it resonates for me, because it does take some time to wrap your head around this, like we keep saying, it's easy to see the 200 acres that are clear cut. But when the way I think about it is if you haven't seen your niece or nephew in 6 months or a year and the growth, that's kind of the way it resonates with me. But we have such a mature canopy that loss will be more significant down the road. And that's really what their projections were trying to tell us. If we keep doing what we're doing, we're no longer going to have the incremental gain offsetting the loss, that it will be significant and dramatic or drastic as time progresses. So we have to step up our efforts to try to, one, preserve where we are now, but also even more so dramatically step it up to be able to reach the 50 by 50. And I share that excitement and the hope that you expressed, Mayor Lyles, because when I first started 2.5 years ago, I thought, there's no way we could do 50 by 50, and I've heard that said in different meetings and things, and that was the first thing that popped for me. I'm like, oh my gosh, we can do it. We can do it. The city can all come together, but it's going to take all Charlotteans and y'all's continued support and leadership with that, and our continued partnership for that. And the other thing I did want to add to with the urban heat that you had mentioned, we'll also use this data as we are able to dive in deeper to understand how Tree Charlotte can focus our efforts within the communities of need that have the lower canopied areas. So we're really excited about this data too, and particular the canopy layer that goes with the Tree Plotter software, because that will anybody can go in and look and see the eco benefits and the differing components of a specific neighborhood or specific address even. And so that's going to be really useful information for all of us to be a part of this mission. So I just wanted to add that.
Awesome. Thank you for that clarification. Okay, that definitely helps. So the message then is loud and clear that we've got to do something on purpose to not only offset business as usual, but also to reach our 50 by 2050 goal.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you so much.
And thank you, Jane, for saying that much better.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Really good presentation, Mr. Porter. Appreciate the work that you have done. Certainly, this issue is near and dear to my heart. I've advocated in the past for Tree Charlotte and keeping the 50 by 50 goal, and I'll continue to do the same. I think this is really good news that we can still meet our 50 by 50 goal. So that's a great news. I wasn't expecting to hear that, so you just made my day. I appreciate the work that Tree Charlotte has done and continues to do. I attended the Fall Festival recently and certainly appreciate the work that you are doing. You can continue to count on me as the advocate for Tree Charlotte because of the great work that you all do. I am looking forward, I know this is a little bit early, but I'm looking forward to seeing the policy recommendations as to how we get there. I know you mentioned by 2024, we will have some policy recommendations. I think if we can get those recommendations sooner so that we are working towards 50 by 50 goal. So I really liked what Ms. Myers said, that we need to focus on preservation as well as planting. And preservation, I think it requires a lot of policy work to ensure that we are continuing to preserve what we have. I appreciate the work that our planning director had done, especially in our UDO. And that was one of the big reasons why I had supported the UDO, because it helps us protect our important asset, which is our natural resources. So glad to see that you highlighted that in our current UDO, how it protects. There are certain protections in place that did not exist before. And I would like to see some new concepts. I know you have highlighted those, and hopefully we'll get to work on that with our TAP committee chair, Mr. Edricks, and I look forward to reviewing those. Thank you again.
I'm sorry, Ms. Mayfield, and then
I thought we
Ms.
was just going in
Johnson.
order.
Well, we can, whatever
That's fine.
works for you, Mr. Mitchell.
Councilmember
I know it
Johnson.
says Mitchell in front of your
Oh, it
name
does?
tag,
Okay,
Ms.
all right.
Johnson.
Okay, all
So, Ms. Johnson.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can you go to slide 12, please? I want to understand the graph. So can you just go down the graph, please? I see 99 to 25% at the top, but at the bottom, I see 25% to 100. So I want to understand what these numbers mean.
So at the top with the darker orange, red colors, those indicate classes of loss. So the darker the color, the darkest color possible could have lost between 25 and 99% of its total canopy cover for that neighborhood profile area. And as you move down this spectrum, the loss numbers, again, in each class decreases until you get into the greener numbers, which indicate gains. So the bottom four green colors or canopy classes indicate canopy gains. And so we have the minus numbers next to loss colors, and there's no minus next to the greens. As you can see, there's very few dark greens, if any, on the map. There are some slightly dark colors. Most of the concentrated canopy growth occurred north of the city limits in northern Mecklenburg County and some of the towns up there.
Okay. So the next slide that says canopy gain, it's the same thing. It's there are losses and gains
Yeah,
on
it's
both
the same
slides.
map. It's just two slides, one for loss, one for gain. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, same exact map.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So I would like to see, when you talk about the loss, and it looks like District 4 is probably the Mallard Creek area that I'm always advocating for, but I'd like to see the range to be broken down a little more. 25 to 99%, that's a really large range.
Yes.
I would like to see, especially if 50% is our goal, or 46% is the number that we're working with. I'd like to see 46 to 99. So which areas should we be concerned about? This also, for me, leads into our infrastructure discussion. And as we are approving petitions, I remember, I think it was last month's zoning meeting, we had to defer a 180-acre petition, but we still approved over, I think, 300 acres that night in District 4. So I'd like to see these numbers analyzed from a equitable perspective. If we're looking, if preservation, or if we're looking at preservation as a goal or a necessity, then we need to start considering these and looking at the specific areas where we are at a loss, greater than 46%. I think we all know that, but for me, what I need is the data. And Mr. Jones, I'd like to see, I know that we'll get some more information in 2024, but I'd like to see us be more intentional in looking at these numbers as we talk about infrastructure in December. And I'd like to see, what districts or what areas should we consider this canopy loss as we're considering the rezonings. So if we know that area with the golden, at the top, there's a high canopy loss as we are reviewing zoning petitions, which, and I think we are. I think we're looking in that area at a petition with 183 acres, our next zoning meeting. So is this something that we should consider? So I'd like to see a much deeper dive and some more information as we are considering, this is not something, are there some areas where we really, really need to be concerned with the tree loss? So I think that I'd like to see that number from 99 to 25%. I'd like to see a breakdown sooner than 2024. I imagine we have that now.
We do. We have 40 pages of data and endless GIS and Excel sheets that we can definitely provide that, and we can change the legend here and break it out to more into strategic, more applicable, reasonable classes of loss or gains.
Especially those with the golden color. If we know what those numbers are, those really might be numbers that we need to consider as we are looking at petitions. We need to look at that now. Because like Mr. Driggs said, there are petitions on our desk right now or in the pipeline that have huge amounts of acreage. So, we need this information in order to make an informed decision. So I guess what I'm asking for, I guess a further breakdown of the legend sooner than later. I'd like this information considered in our infrastructure meeting. And, we have an equity framework. So we should be looking at this from an equitable lens. What areas, all those areas with this excessive tree loss, in the central area, how are our residents being affected from an equitable perspective? So I thank you for the work. I know I've been asking for it for a while, so thank you for the work. But I think we need to be able to utilize this from a practical perspective as we are making decisions for growth in our city. So, Mr. Jones, if we can have a further breakdown or some more detail when we have our infrastructure discussion, because this was one of those areas that I talked about that we need to be looking at the cumulative impact. So, thank you for the information. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I have a couple of questions for you. We can stay on this side, and this one really isn't a question. It ties into how you may be able to break out the legend when we get to the stakeholder public engagement. it may be helpful to juxtapose this map with our crescent and wedge map. That might be a lot clearer for us and for the community when we're looking at it, because of course, with the community, they want to know exactly how does this impact their neighborhood. That map will help to identify that a lot clearer. If you can go back to slide number 9, I'm just trying to have a little bit more clarity on, we have this slide 9 that goes over the total annual benefits. So we look at the wildlife habitat as a benefit, but we also say that when it's time for us to make decisions, that we can't use wildlife as one of our deciding factors when we are contributing to our wildlife, whether they are in the air or on land, and where they're being dispersed to. So if we're going to be able to utilize that as a factor, then it will be helpful if more information is provided to us, as we are having, and this is really for you, Manager Jones, when we're looking at potential developments that's going to have clear cutting. If we're going to show on this slide the impact of wildlife, then we need to be able to utilize the impact of wildlife in our decisions. If not, showing this is not balancing the conversations that we're having when we're talking about a development. I also want to get an idea of going back to slide 6. So I'm just having you back up. So when we look at the project results citywide, I think I understood that what was shared to Dr. Wallington was the 40% maximum capacity cover if business is as usual. This ties in with the trees that are being planted. So when Tree Charlotte has their multi-annual tree event, of which I'm a major fan, and so thank you for that this is keeping it as is. Somewhere in there has to be a conversation regarding when we've allowed clear cutting in new developments and the fact that we have horrible soil in large parts of our city. So I can give the example where it's coming up on 2 years, and trees that I planted 2 years ago are at the same height that they were when I planted them. Are we looking at that? So we can say that we have dispersed X number of trees, but if we're not tracking those trees, especially when it comes to new subdivisions, because in new subdivisions, as they build the development, all of the dirt, all of the things that's found in the ground goes to the end of the development until that's developed, and that ends up, more often than not, what ends up in the ground. So we don't have quality soil in a lot of areas, so the trees are not growing at the levels that we would anticipate. So I want to make sure that we're having an apples to apples conversation and not just looking at the number of trees that have been signed out. We're actually tracking, okay, in this 2-year period, in this 3-year period, in this 5-year period, are these trees actually growing to hit that goal? Because if we do the same thing, we already know we're going to be at the 40%. Y'all have identified that. We have our opportunity with updated language, and we say 2024. Well, we're in fiscal year 24. So we're in fiscal year 24 now. So it would be helpful to know, are we talking about first quarter, second quarter, third quarter? When are we looking at possibly getting more detailed? Because as was mentioned by my colleague, Councilmember Johnson, we are, and Councilmember Driggs, we are constantly approving projects on Mondays. These projects are impacting this goal. I kind of like the fact that we can breathe in the city because we have trees that help to oxygenate. Let's say it.
Oxygenate.
See, I knew you could do that. So I think about, 2 weeks ago, woke up, there was fog, which was crazy to me, but there was I was driving along Brookshire Boulevard, well, right before getting to Brookshire Boulevard, and there was a neighborhood, because the neighborhood went down in the valley, where it is the fog just sat there. So the sight to get out of that neighborhood, you literally could not see from this table to the end of the table where Councilmember Mitchell is.
That is also part of when we talk about that environmental impact. It is not just the heat, it is also those other impacts that we take into consideration. That's why I think it will be helpful if we do that crescent wedge map to get a really good idea of where we're seeing the greater impact. And again, if we can start looking at not just the trees that have been picked up by community, which is an amazing program. Are those trees in good soil? Are they growing? And is there a conversation on the front end that we could be having with developers regarding how they are grading land and or creating the policy language so that our planning department knows here are the expectations when you're grading in order to make sure that we get quality trees and not just have a tree for the sake of having a tree. And I think, Madam Mayor, that hits all of the little notes that, oh, last one, you don't have to necessarily go back to slide 15, but slide 15 was the current UDO, increased preservation and planting in residential areas. We have on there increased tree save preservation from 10 to 15% in single-family subdivisions. What are we talking about for multifamily? Because there should also be an expectation as when we look at the number of multifamily developments, and are we identifying, still keeping that single family as quad, duplex, triplex, and multifamily is still a 50 unit up? What are their expectations and goals, and more importantly, requirements for tree save in those areas? I know you said you have stacks upon stacks of data. That information could be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. I just have a quick comment, suggestion, perhaps, on how we might look forward. If you go to slide 7, I agree with, it's been said many times over that this is a good report and gives you more hope that we can reach our goal. I would also suggest that we keep the goal of 50 by 50. And I would also suggest something I learned today is considering the ETJ. And my suggestion would be to count the ETJ towards canopy goals. And I don't say that just to kind of conveniently cook the books to find a closer way to 50, but I think it makes logical sense. Our rules govern the ETJ, particularly our development ordinances that are kind of guiding these tree canopy goals. But also it might be a way that we can consider these land use decisions that come forward in the ETJ. There might be, if we can optimize the ETJ for canopy preservation and expansion goals, maybe we do treat our rezonings in the ETJ a little differently, right, than we would do within the city limits. It seems like, this might be a shift in the way we use our policy, but also seems like it could provide a kind of common ground path forward, right? So the folks that we often wrestle with, the folks that live in the ETJ and the folks that live near it, they don't want things to change because that's what they've gone out there to live next to. But we also wrestle with the idea that we want more housing, right? In Charlotte's a defined goal. However, we as an organization have said that we want, and especially in the Comp 2040 plan and UDO, we want development kind of tracks that are going to produce less sprawl and more density. So if we treat development in the ETJ the same way, that means, well, we're kind of saying, hey, we want sprawl, because that's the type of development that happens in the ETJ. So it would seem that the people that live there, that live next to the ETJ, and our goals for how we want to see our city develop, and these canopy goals, would seem like a kind of one of those sweet spot common ground areas where we can achieve many different goals, by looking at a specific area of our policy that can create different outcomes if we applied it differently. So again, I would suggest for those things, that's what jumped out at me. Please take a look at how you approach the rezonings and expanding land use changes, especially around large tract changes in the ETJ.
Thank you. Mr.
It looks like somebody
Councilmember
might
Graham?
want to respond to that.
Can I, wait a minute, I'm going to have the staff please respond, and then we'll get to Mr. Graham.
Sorry, yeah, I just wanted to add on to that. That was an excellent point, because one thing we did learn from this assessment, Tim, correct me if I'm wrong, that ETJ is where the biggest risk to tree loss is. So I appreciate that point, wanted to call that out from the report on concert with what you said.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Graham?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I won't be long. Lots already been said. Again, thanks to Tree Charlotte. I do agree that we should try to contain and meet the goal. I think it's aggressive. I think we can do it. And also, what's get measures gets done. So it's really the policy recommendations is the most important thing. Thank you.
All right.
Mayor, could I just say one last thing quickly? A couple of us have commented on the fact that we really want to see what this policy looks like. I've just been talking to Ms. Craig. We're going to talk about what the tools and possible policy options are alongside this work, rather than wait until this is over before that conversation starts. So I would hope that we could sort of proceed on both fronts and then drop the data into the final policy conversation. Thank you.
Ms. Watlington?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just real quick, I love what you said, Mayor Pro Tem, in regards to different outcomes in different places, because that's exactly what I think has been the conversation, especially as we talk about our regulations and whatnot. Let's think about where do we have competitive advantage? What's great about certain parts of our city, and how do we preserve that? And how do those parts work together to deliver the overall whole? It doesn't mean that it's homogeneous, but it means that it does come together. And so I think this is a great example of how do we execute and craft smart policy that reflects what we need overall, even though that means there's diversity of the outcome.
This has been a great discussion. For those of you that came in a little bit later, I'm sure that Tim will be glad to go over all 55 slides with you and memorize every percentage. But I think that the key part about it is that you have enough data to look at how you want to move things along. And so that will be a part of, I'm sure, the infrastructure as well as our budget discussion. So with that, this is in committee. It is in TAP committee. We have 30 minutes. We're going to ask Brent to come in and help us with the review that we have planned for today's agenda, or on the bus operations contract. So we'll go from there.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, members of council. I will move through this pretty quickly, and happy to answer any questions. I will also start out by letting you know that this is an action review for an upcoming request for council action on November 27th for your next agenda business meeting. So a little bit about the Bus Operations Division. The Bus Operations Division, we sometimes refer to it as Transit Management of Charlotte as far as the employees go, or you may hear the contractor, RATP Dev. I want to give you sort of a little bit of background on TMOC and the Bus Operations Division, and make sure that we don't confuse the two, because while they're similar, they are not the same thing, even though sometimes we refer to them sort of interchangeably. So the Bus Operations Division is the largest division within CATS. TMOC, Transit Management of Charlotte, employs about 734 union operators, maintenance technicians, and administrative staff. The overall operating budget for Bus Operations Division is approximately $80 million annually, And the number of vehicles we have is approximately 252 buses, of which 18 are battery electric, with new battery electrics on the way. Again, I wanted to give you this background. As you consider the contract in 2 weeks, just understand the 734 employees of TMOC are not employees of the contractor, RATP Dev, or their successor. There are 3 employees of the contractor, and they constitute general management. And this structure is not unique to Charlotte. It is found in the southern United States. It's because of the state laws preventing us from being able to collectively bargain, but also because of the federal requirements to allow the employees to be unionized. And so TMOC provides a smooth transition for those day-to-day operators when we change the contractor. So none of those employees will be at risk. There is no transition for them. They are TMOC employees, and they will remain TMOC employees. Charlotte Bus Operations history. In 1976, City of Charlotte bought the bus system from City Coach Lines, and at that time, there was an established labor union. In order to receive federal assistance for public transit, the city, back then and now, has to acknowledge the existing union and allow them to exist and collectively bargain. And again, because of state law, the city cannot do that, so we have a third party. Starting in 2003 and continuing today, the city contracted with McDonald Transit, who became RATP Dev and currently holds the contract. So roughly 20 years between McDonald Transit and RATP Dev. And again, light rail operators, STS or paratransit operators in our services, those employees are City of Charlotte employees. Because those services were created after 1976. So this year we started a procurement process. We issued an RFP on April 18th, 2023, and 2 responses were received. RATP Dev chose not to propose for this contract. 2 other providers did. And I will say, in the world of large management bus operations contracts, we are talking about a pretty small universe of qualified firms, really 6 to 10 firms total. So while 2 may seem like a small number, it was a pretty good turnout for a contract of this size and the specialized service that's provided. National Express Transit was the selected firm. They were determined to be the best to meet the city's needs in terms of qualifications, experience, cost, and responsiveness to the requirements of the RFP. National Express has proposed an experienced management team that will be relocated to Charlotte to oversee TMOC. National Express will also provide corporate resources for labor negotiations as needed, service optimization, policies and procedures, and system performance audits as requested or needed. And the estimated top-end annual expenditure for the first year of the contract is estimated to be $1.65 million annually. Who is National Express? They're headquartered outside of Chicago. I'm not sure how to pronounce the name of that town. Lisle, Illinois, so outside of Chicago, I'm sticking with it. They have over 60 clients nationwide, 2 actually in North Carolina, Greensboro and Durham Transit, 1 in South Carolina, Charlotte. They also have the District of Columbia, WMATA, MBTA, Boston, and PACE in Chicago. Their 2022 revenues were approximately $500 million. So what's our approach? It's a more integrated approach with the contractor. We want the general manager of National Express, of TMOC, to be integrated as part of the CATS leadership team. They serve a vital function. They oversee one of the largest, not one of the largest division in CATS, and they need to be a vital, crucial part of our leadership team. So that's the first key. The general manager is a direct report to the chief operating officer and will directly interface with myself and the rest of the executives. We have also identified ways that we can enhance the performance metrics, both in the form of penalties for failure to perform and incentives when they overperform or exceed expectations. The old contract had 7 of these metrics, and they were limited to liquidated damages or penalties for failure to perform. So we're increasing the performance metrics, and we're adding in penalties plus incentives for overperformance. And we're establishing a performance monitoring program with National Express and a secret shopper program on the CATS side just to monitor day-to-day operations with the contractor. So what are our next steps? We're finalizing the transition plan from RATP Dev over to National Express. We're working with National Express to clearly define the roles and responsibilities of CATS management and their management. And we're working towards that successful transition in February 2024 at the latest. As we continue to work through this with National Express, if we can transition over to National Express before February of 2024, we will do that. But at this point, we're working through all of the transition. Again, this contract comes before you for consideration in 2 weeks on November 27th. And with that, I'm open to questions.
We're going to go this way. We'll start with Ms. Anderson, Mr. Driggs, Mr. Graham.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Cagle, first of all, I just want to acknowledge Mr. Cagle in the interim role of CEO of CATS and all of the work that he's been doing. I've had the opportunity to work very close with him. And I see the progress, and I see that we are improving significantly. So I want to just outwardly thank you and acknowledge your performance. You know, I think the details that you ran through on slide 6 is excellent. To have the general manager be a part of our leadership team creates that level of transparency, but also engagement. And adding the additional incentives for overperforming or outperforming the metrics creates, a carrot for this entity to actually not only perform, but perform well. There's a carrot there for them, a sweetener, if you will. And I think that's wonderful. And then this whole concept of a secret shopper program allows us to have constant monitoring that reflects the actual experience of our ridership. And I think that's important too. What you've laid out here, I think will allow us to have a new beginning with a new partner and increase the overall experience of CATS. So I'm excited to see what comes forward out of this approach. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right, Mr. Driggs.
Thank you, Mayor. Just further to Ms. Anderson's remarks, this marks a significant step in the overall process of moving us out of the depths of the issues at CATS, which I think we all remember. And Mr. Cagle has done an amazing job. I head up this working group. It's done an amazing job on all fronts of dealing with issues that came to light. But one of them was the bus service and absenteeism by drivers and so on. And one of our problems was that the terms of our old contract gave us limited ability to kind of crack down on that. So we're fixing that. And I think this is just going to be part of a renaissance for CATS and a recovery. And Mr. Cagle, I just want to tell you, we're very grateful. Thank you.
Mr. Graham.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I too want to send my my well wishes to the folks over at CATS and the jobs that you guys are doing. But quick question though. So what's the relationship? I understand the relationship to CATS. What's going to be the relationship to the council? One of the things that we got criticized for was just not being in tune to what's going on with the contractor. So help me understand how that changes.
Yeah, so So I've heard that from yourself and other members of the council, from the public. So as we turn the corner with the new, expect to see and hear from them, just like we will daily. Y'all won't see and hear from them daily, but on a routine basis, whether it be a committee or other places for the council, they are part of the team. Whereas I think over time, RATP Dev, that became less true over the 21-year relationship that we have with them.
So what's, that's great. What's their relationship in reference to public safety, safety of their workers and safety of the passengers? Any discussion or anything different in the contract that addresses that?
Yes, so our safety and security group, those are CATS employees, and they provide safety and security across the system, whether it be rail, bus, paratransit. And so we are making efforts to increase our presence with security and think about a different approach to safety and security, not only for the employees, but also for the customers, for the riders as well.
And lastly, you know, they do business now with two of our sister cities in the state. What's their reputation in terms of being able to deliver in those communities?
They have an excellent reputation. I will also say, I'd love to say that I dreamed up this idea of them needing to be right here with the management team. But one of the things I do really well is identify good ideas that others have had. And early on when I started with CATS, I had a conversation with some of the others in these North Carolina cities, and they all said, Brent, you got to get them part of your management team. And it was very good advice, and I'm taking that advice.
Well, I'm excited for the new start with the new contractor, and obviously the devil's in the details. And the oversight is going to be extremely important. So I look forward to regular output at the Public Safety Committee, the Transportation Committee, at the appropriate time throughout the year. I think it's really important that from the very start, there's a level of communication, right? Progress updates to the committee from time to time.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Johnson? Sorry, I didn't see.
That's
your
okay.
hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Cagle. I have a question. So the employees will have a new employer, essentially, right?
They will have a new general manager. Their employer remains the same, Transit Management of Charlotte.
Okay.
So think about it like they have a new CEO, right? Because of how this structure works, that's why it's so confusing and so hard for all of us to explain. There are 3 people who will change. And they work for RATP Dev, and when RATP Dev is no longer the contractor, they're no longer here. They may be employed by RATP Dev, but they're not at this location. National Express brings in theirs, and they manage everyone else who is employees of Transit Management of Charlotte.
So but the employee's contract will change, like the union contract or?
Nope, all of it remains the same. Their employment status remains unchanged. The current status of the collective bargaining agreements remains unchanged. And this structure allows for that consistency so that there aren't 700 and some odd employees wondering what's going to happen when a new company comes in, because their employer remains the same.
Did we engage with the union for their feedback?
So we went through a city process. The union was not part of the proposal or the review of the proposals when they came in, but we did go through a city process to do the RFP.
Okay. So will there be like a Q&A or a presentation to the employees to introduce the new contractor and just to answer those types of questions?
Yes, absolutely. As we get closer beyond November 27th, and we start to figure out the exact transition of the new management team, all of that will start to happen with the union and with the general employees as well, because not every employee at TMOC is part of the union. Most are, but not all.
I think it's important to get the employees engaged very early on so that we can build the relationship and not have the same issues that we've had before. I think getting them involved early and being a part of the whole process will really go a long way.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Ms. Ashmira, I want to just say, we're going to go into closed session after Ms. Ajmira, and I want to make one introduction as well, okay?
Okay,
Ms.
thank-
Ajmira?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I agree with what some have been already said. Mr. Graham made a good point about devil is in the details, as always is. This is a significant step in the right direction to restore public trust in our CATs. This will help us tackle reliability issues, but the safety issues, from what I heard, that will not be part of this national express transit. So that will, can you help me understand that? Because I didn't quite understand the organization structure for the safety officers.
Yeah, so all safety and security functions of CATS, in the current contract or current situation and going forward, are employees of the city of Charlotte. So we have a safety and security division. Now, they have contracted for security personnel, for security contractors. So they are contractors, but our safety and security unit or division remains part of CATS or City of Charlotte employees. They are currently and they will remain. Now, that is not to mean that National Express won't be helping us, the city, as we address safety and security concerns. They certainly will be.
Sorry. It's good to see the performance metrics and really performance incentives, because considering the challenges that we have with CATS, this is a good way to measure and also reward based on the performance. So I appreciate your work on that and your leadership. Thank you, Mr. Cagle.
All right, before we go into closed session, I do want to recognize Council Member-elect Tijuana Brown, who has joined us for this session. And as a result, she didn't quit, so we're in good shape. So I want to say thank you very much for coming, and anytime the building's open, and we'll continue to integrate into this illustrious group of public servants. And thank you for joining us tonight. And there is that. And we're going to go into closed session. I'm going to ask the city attorney to read this, and then if everyone else would kind of, we have one item that we need to address.
We'll need a motion to go into closed session to consult with the city attorney in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege between the attorney and the city council pursuant to NCGS 143-318-11A3.
So moved.
Second. We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please raise your hand. Anyone opposed? Everyone agrees. We'll give everybody a minute to relocate. everyone. Thank you for joining us today as the City of Charlotte, the City Council for the City of Charlotte has its first business meeting of this month, I believe. And I want to call this meeting to order, and we're going to begin with introductions, and we'll start with our Deputy Clerk.
Billy Tons, Deputy City Clerk.
Happy Monday and happy Diwali to all who celebrate. May the light and love be with you. And I'm Dimple Ajmera, your Charlotte City Councilwoman at large.
Good evening. I'm Marjorie Molina. I represent East Charlotte, District 5.
Good evening, everyone. James Mitchell, at large.
Good evening, I'm Renee Johnson, and I'm honored to represent District 4.
Good evening, Luana Mayfield, serving as City Council at Large member.
Marcus Jones, City Manager.
Good evening, Vi Lyles, Mayor.
Braxton Winston, Mayor Pro Tem.
Malcolm Graham, District 2.
Ed Driggs, District 7.
Tarper Carter, District 6.
Good evening and happy Diwali, and welcome to District 1. Dante Anderson, District 1.
Good evening, I'm Victoria Watlington, your Charlotte City Council member representing District 3.
Patrick Baker, City Attorney.
We begin our meetings with an invocation or an expression of any inspiration that we have, and tonight we are going to ask Councilmember Mitchell to enlighten us, and then following the Council's remarks or comments, we will then have our Pledge of Allegiance. Both of these, if you choose to participate in the pledge or in our words of expression from Councilmember Mitchell, feel free to do so. And we will immediately follow up with our pledge after Councilmember Mitchell is done.
Thank you. Let us all stand, please. Oh, wise and gracious Father, we thank you for another day in your city. Heavenly Father, we ask that your spirit would be with each council member represented here today. Let your spirit be with all the citizens of Charlotte, that all the things we do and say will uplift your city. In this, I ask all believers to join me and say, Amen.
Amen. All right, we'll begin with our Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. In our city, we have many opportunities to recognize major accomplishments and actions that are taking place. And so today we have 2 resolutions and a few recommendations for recognition. So I am going to open tonight's meeting with a joint proclamation between the city and the county. Whereas the month of November welcomes in both a time of Thanksgiving and a season for sharing our resources and our freedoms to worship, work, and live as independently as possible. Whereas some members of our community cannot find adequate employment or a place to live for a variety of reasons, both simple and complex. There are efforts to bring homeless children and adults out of the shadows of our abundance, to address the diverse needs among them, as well as to correct systemic conditions that have led to their poverty and homelessness. Our current economic challenges call for greater awareness and guidance to address needs among all our neighbors. So whereas the Homeless Services Network of Charlotte-Mecklenburg, its member organizations, and its public partners in the city of Charlotte and Mecklenburg County desire to dispel myths and overcome stereotypes of homelessness and to provide opportunities for all our citizens to learn about the plight, the hopes, and the achievements of homeless neighbors of our community and to welcome them, we commit to work together to overcome systemic causes of homelessness. Now, therefore, I, Vi Alexander Lyles, and George Dunlap, Chair of the Mecklenburg County Board of Commissions, do hereby proclaim November 2023 as Homelessness Awareness Month. So with that, I'd like to ask all of our workers and people that really actively try to address the principles that were described in this proclamation to stand and be recognized. Now, I do have one special recognition as we highlight homelessness awareness this month. I'd like to recognize Deronda Metz. Deronda. Now, I know there's going to be a lot of red up there, but I want you to know there's a few red that didn't wear their red down here. So Miss Anderson and Miss Watlington, Miss Cunningham, all of you celebrate together. So I want to say this because Deronda and I have known and worked together for a long time. And she is a Charlotte native, and she's been director of the social services for the Salvation Army of Greater Charlotte, and she's going to retire in the upcoming months. Rhonda has worked diligently to serve her community as a leader in the fight to end homelessness. I mean, I cannot say how many years we've worked together around this, and I am so grateful for her leadership, her diligence, her efforts, the way that she actually makes people feel greater than. Deronda, for 30 years, you've been instrumental in making this place a better place. We can talk about all the plans and all the opportunities that we've had, but the one thing that you've been is a steady participant in the strategic plans that we have to address both homelessness and the lack of affordable housing in Mecklenburg County. So I want to say we're grateful for you. We love you. You deserve this opportunity to retire, and I know that you will not stop working, so I'm just going to say that. Do take some time. You deserve it. Thank you very much for your service. Let's stand and give her a round of applause. She's going to start crying in a minute, so let's let her not break out in sobs. So, Deronda, I'm going to give this proclamation to someone that...
Excuse me, I'd love to.
Oh, please, Ms. Watley.
And Mayor, let me just add another special shout out to Deronda from your C.N. Jenkins Church family.
Thank you.
Love you.
All right. Now, I also want to ask Mayor Pro Tem to also give us another important proclamation that we have this evening.
How to follow that up. Whereas the area known today as Charlotte is located geographically on ancestral land that has long been called home by indigenous people, and Charlotte acknowledges this land as Catawba and home to many American Indians from tribes across the nation. North Carolina is home to more than 204,000 American Indians and has 8 historic tribes legally recognized by the state of North Carolina: Cohari, Eastern Band of Cherokee, Aliwa Saponi, Lumbee, Meherrin, Occaneechi Band of Saponi, and Waccamaw Siouan. And whereas our city is home to the Metrolina Native American Association, one of 4 urban Indian organizations which holds membership in the North Carolina Commission of Indian Affairs, and whereas the city of Charlotte must preserve the rich history of American Indians to continue building a brighter future for all of its people, which includes maintaining a relationship with Metrolina Native American Association and tribal nations. And whereas this month we honor the vibrant and diverse cultures of American Indians across our city, Charlotte encourages residents to learn more about the rich history of American Indians and commit to preserving American Indian heritage and traditions for generations to come. Therefore, Shivi Alexander Lyles, Mayor of Charlotte, do hereby proclaim November 2023 as Native American Heritage Month.
receive that proclamation, and I think they're the most beautiful people in our audience right now. Oh, my gosh. Oh.
This is adorable.
So cute.
Thank you so very much. Now, that's not the end of it. We still have another recognition to make. Tonight, we have a few special folks in our audience, and they're special because of the work that they've been doing as they graduated from our Charlotte Business Inclusion Contractor Estimating and Bidding Academy. Would you please stand if you are part of that class of the Academy? Offers a comprehensive 5-week program designed to enhance skills and knowledge of contractors in bidding and managing public contracts. The Academy is especially designed for both new and seasoned contractors. It is a valuable opportunity to gain insights, tools, and connections, especially connections for successful engagement in the public sector projects, particularly those that the City of Charlotte presents for bidding. The lessons that you've learned lay the foundation to support our MWSBEs with obtaining surety bonding. And I know in your recent cohort you had 29 minority business leaders graduate. I'm trying to count to see if there are 29 of you up there. But we all on this council want to say thank you for taking that 5 weeks to understand that you have the ability to change the world in so many ways. So with that, I'd like to say great work to each of you and everyone. So thank you very much for your attendance tonight, and thank you for what you're going to bring to our community to help us make sure that minority participation is not just something we say, but something that we do. That everybody knows that each council member has a directory with your names in it and who you are, phone numbers, emails, LinkedIn, who else, what else we can get to you, but to let you know that we remember this and it will be something that will make a difference. So thank you very much for coming tonight. And I want to recognize Council Member Mitchell, who often promotes this program and makes it possible for us to really be engaged, because I'm sure that he came along and told you a few things about what to do and how to do it.
They all like.
So, all the time. Mr. Mitchell.
Mayor, you called me out. On a serious note, Mayor, thank you for those kind words. Thank you all for being here. And my only thing I want to add, will Michelle and Stephen please stand up, and let's give our CBI staff a round of applause. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. All right, so now we'll go to the humdrum of government business and work. You will not be bidding on closing a public street, believe me that. So the first item on our agenda is a public hearing and a decision on a resolution to close a portion of Old Doubt Road. Do we have any speakers?
Motion to close the public hearing.
We have a motion to close the public hearing and adopt
the resolution.
and adopt the resolution. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor of the closing, the hearing close and the resolution, raise your hand. All right, that's unanimous. Anyone opposed? I didn't see an empty hand. So the next item is our city manager's report.
So, thank you, Mayor, members of council. In front of you, you have my 30-day memo, and as I discussed last time, there are a few items that we're going to get before you before the end of the calendar year. So what we'll have at the end of this month is the 2024 council calendar, which will be presented by the clerk at the next business meeting, as well as the 2023 year-end audit, which needs to be provided before the governing body before it can be approved. And then, in the first business meeting in December, we'll have the infrastructure update as well as an Eastland update, two items that I mentioned last time we were together. I do want to, Mayor, I know there are a couple items tonight are pretty important on the business agenda, so I'm not going to ask anybody to come up and do a presentation, but we are here if you need additional information about the anti-displacement programming as well as the opportunity hubs. A couple things I would like to do before I turn it back over to you, Mayor. In your packet this past Thursday, you received some information about the percentage of our owner-occupied and renter-occupied homes. I think that's a good foundation that we'll have in terms of being able to do apples-to-apples comparisons with some of the 20 cities across the country that we compare ourselves with. And it's something that Councilmember Mayfield had asked for, and I think it's eye-opening as you start to look at that. I do want to just end with this, Mayor. There are a couple items tonight, and it's just been an ongoing process with the council in terms of some of the ARPA funds that have been received as federal funds. And I'll channel Councilmember Driggs in the sense of the concern of having one-time dollars for ongoing projects. I will tell you that has not been the case for almost $300 million of federal funds that we've received over the course of the last couple of years. But the two tonight, which I think are very, I'll channel my 16-year awesome, is the item 12, anti-displacement programming, which is about $6 million. One of the things that we've talked about are items such as acquisition, rehab, resale program. I believe the last time I was at the dais, Councilmember Mayfield actually gave me a list of potential properties, so watch out, here we come. As well as item 13, the opportunity hubs, which about $4.5 million associated with those in our corridors of opportunity. So that's about $10 million just for those two items. But also in the course of the last couple of weeks with these stimulus funds that we've used, or the federal funds that we've used one time and not ongoing, you've done certain things like $6.5 million for the nonprofit housing support grants. And those are those large grant amounts for 5 local housing-related nonprofits. And in your packet a couple of weeks ago, we did distribute about $2.5 million to the Community Resilience Grant. So while we didn't have a big presentation about it, that was 93 grassroots organizations that received funding. So almost $20 million of these CARES funds, these ARPA funds, and I'm teeing us up for a discussion in January at the annual strategy meeting where we can see how we can scale up some of these programs that we have made investments in over the course of the last 3 years. So a lot of good things on the agenda tonight, almost $11 million as it relates to anti-displacement as well as the opportunity hubs, priorities of the council, and hopefully those are items that will be approved tonight.
All right. So we'll jump right into the first item on this is item number 10, and it is Chapter 14 Ordinance Revisions, and the action requested is to approve the proposed amendments to the Chapter 14 of the City Code. And this comes after presentation by the Quality of Life teams, I think at least a few times. So, and we do have one speaker. Mr. Lee, would you join us? And you'd have 3 minutes, please.
It's been a minute since I've been before you. I'm going to put my bike helmet up here for you so you can see it. One of the things that's on the agenda I saw this morning from the news is that you guys have going to talk about a fine for people that park in the bicycle lanes, right? I'm hoping that one day that somebody else comes up here and doesn't show you this helmet with blood on it. We got to do something about these people parking anyway. We got to do something about these the bike lanes having so much trash in it, because I'm riding in the street. I'm not riding in the bike lanes that you guys are creating. I'm riding in the street. And I think it shouldn't be a $100 fine. It should be a $500 fine to make sure these folks understand how important it is for my safety, for them not to be in my way. That's just me. You guys haven't seen me in a while because I've been in the streets. I've been in your streets. And the homelessness the thing that you guys did, I came from that. You guys know that. You guys, you know my story. Now my story is keep me safe on the road. Keep these people out my way. That's all I'm asking. And if they're going to be in my way, fine them. Not no $100. That's a week's worth of, less than a week's worth of Starbucks. So we got to do something about keeping me safe on the street. This is my only means of transportation. Charlotte is trying to be a multi-mode city with bicycles, all of this stuff. This is a car city, and it's fighting to stay a car city. I ride my bike everywhere I go in Charlotte. And most of the time I'm riding in the street. I want to feel safe riding bikes in my city. I was on the Bicycle Advisory Council, so I know about some of the ins and outs of the funding and all this stuff. So my plea to you is just to keep me safe. If they're going to park there, hit them hard. Not just $100. That's nothing. Hit them where it hurts, where they won't do it because people are taking advantage of it for their own comfort, so they don't have to walk a few extra steps. This is my life that they're putting in the balance. I hope that you guys not only find them, but find them substantially so they won't do it again. And not only that, give me the ability to be able to take a picture of them while they're in my way and send it to somebody so they can get found out. Put me as a police, police in my own bike lanes. Do that for me because I see at least a half a dozen every day in my way. So give me, as a cyclist, that ability to show you who's in my way and make the Charlotte road safe for me because this is my only means of transportation. And if you guys want more people like me on the street, y'all got to make it safer. You got to clean the bike lanes. You got to keep the cars out of my way because I'm riding in the street. I respect all of y'all, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lee.
Mayor, I have a question.
I have someone else that had been asked to be recognized first, and actually I have two people. So we'll start with Mr. Bakari, followed by Mr. Graham.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm supportive of this tonight, and I just would mention two things. For this one and where we're headed, I agree with the parking ordinance fees and the things we're going to add to it. I would just have us remember that there's a two-sided coin here. One is keeping our cyclists safe and making sure that people are not parking where it is illegal to park today. But two, and I think there's a lot of people in this community that feel like this, that we balance also the need in the car-centric world that we live in today for people to park. Because right now, if you go over to Pearl Park on any Saturday or Sunday with the loads of parents that are there, you'll see one of the most beautiful bicycle paths ever that literally blocks folks from parking, and there's cars parked everywhere, and you don't see a single bike there. So that's not to say that biking isn't important and that we don't need to lean into that, but we have to spend some time thinking about where these cars park in our community every weekend, every day, because we don't put nearly the emphasis on that we do the other side. The other thing I'll mention is we have something going on in committee right now with the rest of these ordinances. And while today is important, it's one step towards the defecation, the urination, all the other ordinances that our officers have come and pleaded with us that they need to do their jobs. It will not solve the problem, but it will be one part of the solution in where we head towards some serious needs that are going unaddressed in our community right now. So I want the community to understand we are not doing that tonight, but that doesn't mean that we aren't. The work is underway, and I hope that we will emphasize the timeline of getting that back to us and getting that done, Mr. Manager. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Graham.
Thank you, Madam Manager. I do want to thank the Quality of Life team for all the work that they have put into the agenda item tonight. I will approve it reluctantly, I think. And let me share with you my reluctance. One, the fines themselves, right? I do believe the fines simply just does not meet the bar, right, to prevent people from, and I'm narrowly tailoring my comments now to the commercial vehicles specifically. The fines for the other parking, I think, is probably reasonable. The commercial vehicles, their fine, I think it's not. The problem of commercial parking throughout the city is getting worse day by day, especially on our intersections. And I'm not sure whether or not a $100 fine is a deterrent for that to stop that behavior. In addition, I would love offline to talk with staff about the enforcement, right? How we're going to enforce the ordinance change. I'm glad now that we have something on the record that reflects the nature of the problem in the community, but how do we enforce it? How do we measure that we're getting done? I know there's been additional staff being hired, I think, Mr. Manager, to work weekends and those type of things. Is there any thought about getting an outside help to work with staff, especially on the weekends? And it's just not that they're parking the commercial vehicles, they're leaving the trailers and taking the cab and they're gone. So they're literally using our streets and communities as extended storage, especially on the weekends. And so I hear the argument in terms of drivers' time and their ability to having it stop, but especially on Harris Boulevard and others, the trailers are there by themselves, the cab is gone. And there's no enforcement. And so I would love offline to ensure that as we pass this today, that we that really focus on the enforcement. I'm not going to belabor the point tonight about the fees or the penalty. Hopefully we could revisit that at another time when we get a lot more information. But I mean, if I was a truck, I would pay the $100 and continue to do the same behavior.
Business expense.
Huh?
A business expense.
It's a business expense. It's just the cost of doing business. So I'm very serious about this issue, narrowly tailored, again, commercial vehicles, because that's where the problem is from my perspective and the calls that I get and the emails that I get. So, and so I think that addresses my point. The increase in fines, I think it's, it's okay, I guess. And then more importantly, is the enforcement, right? How do we make sure that we change behavior and have dialogues with the trucking community about alternative places where they can park their trucks? We should assist in that. Clearly not our problem, right? But we shouldn't assist with that simply because of the logistics that they're providing for our communities with all the Amazon trucks. I get it. But again, the issue is quality of life and making sure that communities across the city, not just in, this is not a district issue, it's a citywide issue because it's happening all over the city. And it's getting worse, not better. Thank you.
Ms. Mayfield?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So do we have staff here that's presenting this? Because I have a specific question. And as they're coming up, as far as the comments, thank you, James, for sharing them. Actually, we should be able to use our CLT Plus app to be able to take pictures and be able to track, but the fine issue is a different one. I wanted to give staff a chance to get here. So thinking about what was just shared by Councilmember Graham, we have in here change trucks to vehicles, change drive or to drive, stop, stand, or park, and some of the ordinance revisions. How, I don't see in here how we're identifying the trucks, meaning the larger vehicles, from a car vehicle, because the trucks overwhelmingly are along the highway and major roads. Like if you come off of 485 onto, I think that's Harris. We have some areas where we have signs, absolutely no parking. Wondering for an update sometime in the immediate future, why do we not expand that, the signage of absolutely no parking, as one of the first steps? Because you don't see the trucks where you have those big red signs. But as was mentioned, we're seeing the cab, we're seeing the actual body of the truck left, but the cab is gone. And or incidences where people have pull over in the vehicle, those things. I'm trying to figure out why we didn't differentiate that, at least the fine piece of what that would be for blocking versus a car vehicle that's parked all along 4th Street where we have a bike lane, but the bike lane is being used as parking for a multifamily, because our language wants us to reduce parking, but yet we have people with multiple vehicles. Help me understand.
Sure. Good evening, Council. Debbie Smith with the Department of Transportation. And so, certainly there's a lot packed into that. What I want to make sure and just clarify is that the definition of the trucks is following along the lines of our Unified Development Ordinance. So we're being real clear about what that language to define a large commercial vehicle or a commercial vehicle. So we're getting real clear on that. What I would also like to say is that there are rules and regulations as it relates to the interstate, and you are not allowed to park on the interstate unless it is an emergency situation. And so we've worked really closely with our partners at NCDOT to add additional signage in some of those places that we know are very egregious in that long-term parking, if you will, and leaving the trailers. So we're continuing to work with our partners there. The work that we're doing with this ordinance change really affects on the city streets. And so for us, in combination with the Code Enforcement Rapid Response Team that's under Director Rebecca Hefner's group, that's really where we're enforcing the activity on city streets. We're continuing to work with our partners at the NCDOT to ensure that the highways, the interstates are also being monitored and enforced as well.
So Rebecca, if you don't mind, a quick question. When you all were looking at the fine amount, and I note that you have in here that these increased fines align with other serious infractions. Was there conversation about a higher amount considering the impact that one of our own council colleagues was hit by a driver not paying attention? Did you all have a conversation about that fine actually being a fine that would be substantial?
Thank you. Yes, and good evening. Rebecca Hefner, Housing and Neighborhood Services. We had a lot of conversations about the fine, and both with our internal quality of life team, as well as reaching out and researching how these issues are handled in other cities and our peer cities across the country, and in partnership with representatives from the trucking industry. And we landed on a fine that was comparable to other infractions within the ordinance, and an increase from where we are today, which is $25.
Do we have the opportunity to have a much more robust conversation regarding that fine increase? If we move, and this really is a question, I guess, for council and leadership, if we wanted to have if I did a motion for the fine to be 300, do we have the ability, or is this a conversation where we either need to defer to give a chance to come back with an amount that's actually going to be substantial enough to have an impact, or can we get a commitment that this will come back in a relative short turnaround time to give us an update on here's what the fines could be?
That's a great question, Ms. Mayfield, and I want to make sure, Mr. Baker, in terms of statutory rules, what are our limits? What is our, I think Ms. Mayfield is asking, how high can you go?
Yeah, I
For
understand
these
the
kinds of-
question, and I'd asked Ms. Flowers, so I just texted you that very question. What is the maximum number?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm pretty sure, I'm looking back through my notes because it's been a while since I've looked at this, but the state, we have authority from the state, and I think we can set it at whatever we want, but I think we need to be careful that we're not overreaching, because the state could come back and take back some of that if they felt like we were being overzealous in our fines. So we do have authority, but I think we're in line right now with what other cities have done. Going beyond that, I'm not sure how the state would look at that, if they would
$500.
take back some of that authority.
That's $500 in 30
Wait.
days.
So, Ms. Mayfield, you heard the answer, you've got flexibility, and it's just a cautionary.
Well, what I heard is a conversation of political will versus political ability. So we have the ability to do it. We have not, council, to my, and maybe the TAP committee had the opportunity to discuss some amounts, but as this is presented before us today to have a discussion on, we know that that $100 is not going to be an amount that is going to have a relative impact when we have residents that use the bike lanes. We all see people that are out, whether it is for their primary form of transportation, and we say that this is a goal regarding sustainability and other things. Even if we were to say 300, that is a number that would probably have more of a impact for you not to do this versus the cost of doing business at 100.
So the manager has been working with this team for a while, so he has some comments that he'd like to make, and I think let's share this information, and then.
And so, council, we can, there are several things that can happen tonight. One, you could approve this, and then we could come back, revisit, lift it. We could defer it. You could get more information. I believe I'm right with this, Debbie. Wouldn't this be the highest in the state?
Yes,
Right now,
Mr. Jones, we would be the
So we proposed was the
highest.
highest in the state. And if you want to go beyond that, I just want you to know that they were aggressive. We were aggressive at the outset.
Ms. Mayfield?
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
I think one of the questions is, it's not just the political will. It is something new. And I was writing down, the change that we want to make. And maybe we ought to try something and ask you for the metrics. How many didn't pay? How many people tore up the ticket or whatever? And, we could get some metrics if we tried this. But I know that this has been stated as $100 for every presentation that you have done. It's been $100. So how do we make sure that we're doing something that's consistent, but also have the ability to adjust it? I wonder if we should try some record. I know that I'm going to stop and say following Ms. Mayfield was Ms. Hajmira, followed by the Mayor Pro Tem. Ms. Hajmira?
Okay, where do I start? I know we are highest in this state. This might be a legal question for Mr. Attorney. Would that mean if we were to change it at the dais, we would have to go through public hearing again because we are changing because we had public hearing on this last month? No.
Councilwoman Edgemere, if it's okay, we'll take that question. So it is not mandatory for a public hearing. We went through a public hearing.
Everybody was
we
asking,
talked
what's the
about that
difference
last
between the
month, and I
two?
think-
And so I don't want the
Created
newspaper or the TV guys or even Mary, who's going on vacation pretty soon, to say that this is a public hearing. It was a public comment.
Yeah, I think we had a discussion about that public hearing versus public comment, and I know Mr. Mitchell had asked what's the difference, so, here. So you answered question about the enforcement that Ms. Mayfield had about, so W.T. Harris is state road, it's a state-maintained road, and that's where this problem, truck parking, is persistent. I have not seen any improvement. So what would the enforcement look like for the state-maintained road?
Sure. Rebecca, would you like to? Yes. Okay, so certainly, Ms. Edgemere, so with truck enforcement on a state-maintained road that's not an interstate highway, we could have the ability to use either CMPD or our code enforcement agents to be able to write citations on that, yes.
Oh, so
So we could enforce that, yes, ma'am.
That's great. So when we talk about entrance of the freeway, right off of 85 and W.T. Harris, and I think that's what Mr. Graham was referring to, and that's in Ms. Johnson's district, right at the entrance, that would be NCDOT?
That is correct. So when it is interstate ramp leading to the interstate.
So what would the enforcement like in the timely fashion?
And so just the ability to be able to respond quickly and write that ticket and find the owner of that vehicle, that's what we would be working on. And I'd probably defer to Director Hefner on that.
Sure. So we do have a small team, the Rapid Response Team, that has been set up around the quality of life issues in general. And we actually have authority under code enforcement for all of our inspectors to issue citations. So we're taking a phased approach, but by early next year, we will have all of our code inspectors issuing parking citations. That's in addition to the response that CMPD also makes both on a proactive basis and response to complaints. So right now, residents can report illegal parking. They can report that by calling 911 or reporting it through the CLT Plus app. And depending on the location, the time it comes in, it will be responded to either by CMPD or by code enforcement.
So I know that rapid response was something as part of our budget that we approved earlier this year, so that's great. That really gives us rapid resolution on this. But does NCDOT have a rapid response team? Because the challenge is not just on the W.T. Harris, but also at the entrance. And especially at night, where we have street lights issue, it is very difficult to see this semi truck sitting right at the entrance of W.T. Harris as you are taking 85. So would this amendment revision in any way address that? Or what I'm hearing is that state, there is very little that we can do. That's what I'm hearing.
Right. So what I would say is that this continues to show our support to the increased fines and helping them to prioritize as well. The NCDOT works very closely with the Highway Patrol in order to enforce those areas. And so for them, I think it really is about a proactive approach to putting up the signs and to addressing the situation before those tractor trailers are parked. But we will continue to work with them on these very important areas that you are sharing with us.
Well, thank you. You know, there are signs all over, and that's not been a deterrent. It's frustrating, and this is long overdue. This is really a safety issue for our residents, whether you're driving, whether you walk, or whether you are a cyclist, to Mr. Lee's point. And I will be supporting these revisions, and hopefully we can gather the metrics to see if this is effective. If not, we can revisit. And I'm open to increasing fine based on the metrics, but I would like to see the metrics before making any changes at the last minute. While we're talking about the enforcement, I know that was the question that Mr. Graham had raised. I know the scooters are not supposed to be on our sidewalks, but I do see that folks actually do ride on our sidewalks, their scooters. What's current enforcement like for them?
Absolutely. So switching gears and putting on my scooter hat, scooters are allowed to be riding on the sidewalk in areas outside of our central congested business district. So much like you would see a bicycle being allowed to ride on the sidewalk outside of those areas. Within our central business district, the congested area, we've actually worked really well with the scooter companies to lower their speeds. So they have a maximum speed of 15 miles an hour in normal conditions. In the case of areas where we are concerned with them riding on the sidewalk, they have to reduce automatically to an 8 mile an hour, which is a much slower speed on the sidewalks. But we're very aware of that and work with the scooter companies to improve safety measures on the sidewalks as well.
So, Ms. Smith, the challenge with scooters are really in the uptown area, because that's where you see heavy concentration of scooters. And I struggle with the enforcement part because it's not currently being enforced. when you go to Uptown, whether it's festival or any games, you see, I saw when I was attending the arts festival where there was a gentleman riding, there was a gentleman in their wheelchair wasn't able to access because there were scooters that were obstructing the right of way. We are talking about sidewalk, and there hasn't been really any enforcement. And yeah, we can make all the revisions and updates, but if there is no enforcement, these are just going to sit and collect dust. And I would really like to get an update on what we can do about the enforcement.
Ms. Ashmere, we'd be happy to put together a very comprehensive report on enforcement around the scooter activity.
Okay, that's great to hear. I do support this, and I'm looking for metrics. And I know Sustain Charlotte had sent us a letter in support of this. This is really about protecting the most vulnerable members of our community. We're talking about cyclists, we're talking about pedestrians, children walking to school, our elderly who are walking. And we got to make sure we are creating a safe environment for everyone, whether they drive their car or not, whether they're riding a bike or walking. And this is a step in the right direction. So I appreciate your work, Ms. Smith, on this, but I would like to get an update, like Mr. Graham said, on the enforcement piece of it, because I think that's where we need to improve and we need to make more progress on. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, followed by Ms. Watlington.
Thank you. So I found myself reluctant, in the position to reluctantly support these changes to the ordinance. And I say reluctant because you've heard me speak probably many times from the dais that, just punitive punishments are not good ways of trying to get community-wide changes of behavior. It simply doesn't work, generally speaking. And I think we are running up against one of the reasons why trying to punitively enforce misdemeanors in particular are ineffective. Because I think regardless of how much you change the fine amount, it's not going to have an effect of widespread change in the behavior that we're trying to change. It might hurt a few people who live on the edges, on the margins, by getting these fines. But I would put good money on that if you went and polled people out on the street right now at this very minute, they would think that parking in an illegal spot was probably more than $100 right now, more than a $100 fine right now. I would probably imagine that people would guess it'd probably be about $250. So I don't think that $25 fine is the reason that behavior exists, and changing it to $100 is not going to change it, let alone more. I think with Mr. Baker, my experience, what Mr. Baker said is correct, that while we might be able to change our fines on the misdemeanor to be more than $100, $100 is really the kind of upper level that has been set from a state perspective. This is something that we dealt with when we were dealing with the sound ordinance, the noise ordinance, right? It was $100 per incident, and the idea was if we went beyond $100, that you will find ourselves in a situation where if we find somebody greater than $100, they're going to challenge that fine, and before that fine can kind of go, you can fight it day in and day out. So the reason why I decided reluctantly is because I heard from the bikes and pedestrian folks that, hey, your values, a community's values are found in their policies, and they saw themselves and their safety considered in this policy change where they haven't seen it before. But when we talk about truck parking, this is not even just a state road issue. This is a national issue, right? This is something that trucking companies are dealing with, that people who use trucking companies are dealing with, cities, states are all dealing with. So if we really want to deal with that, we should kind of be leaders on the national level, look at our legislative agendas, talk to different cities, talk to the U.S. Department of Transportation, and talk to businesses, and see how we can adjust these standards that are making trucks park the way that they park. When it comes to bike lanes and transit right-of-ways, rapid response removal is when somebody shows up and their car isn't there, that can change behavior. So, I suggested this years ago. We should really focus on the Gold Line, right? And how can we do something along the Gold Line, along the bike lanes, to use technology and use whatever resources to identify those vehicles that are blocking right-of-ways, and how do we remove them and create a program that can work and is repeatable in different parts of town. So those are the type of efforts that are going to take a long time, that might change the behavior that we're trying to change, but this suggestion and any type of substitute motion, I don't think we'll get there, and I hope we don't do that, and just let's go forward with this, learn from it, and figure out how do we do it better, and give our folks in the biking and pedestrian community the ability to see themselves in some of the policies that we're making tonight.
I think about the number of boots over at the Starbucks on East Boulevard. If you put a boot on something, that will stop you in your tracks. And it's going to be about $100, but it's at least something that is a deterrent that's physical, and it's like kind of like not an argument about it, I think, which is a lot of the other things that we also have to think about. People get really in tough situations. So maybe that's another idea. So, but I'm sorry, let's go to Ms. Watlington and then Ms. Johnson.
Thank you. So just two things. Follow up to Ms. Mayfield's item. Was there any additional information in regards to that?
Ms. Mayfield, yes.
So, thank you, Dr. Wallington. No, I wanted to ask the question to find out. The manager actually responded with the fact that we are at the max, so I do support us moving forward, but I did ask the manager if we can get a quarterly report so that we can not wait a year to see what the impact is going to be as far as the fines. But I will say I do like the idea of the boot because that's immediate. Yes. But I do support us moving forward, but I do think we should get a quarterly report on this and not have to wait too long to see the impact.
Awesome, thank you for that. That clears some things up for me. I agree with you. I also agree with many other comments that were made. I'd love to see us continue these ideas around what are the other options that might be more of a deterrent, but also specifically to that, the fee structure. And I know that Driggs and Graham both spoke to or alluded to this idea of it might hurt a commercial company more at a higher rate than what we would want to target for like a single occupancy vehicle. So as a separate kind of item, I'm interested in exploring that as well. So just wanted to lift my voice up at that. And then the last thing I wanted to do, Debbie, was I saw that you responded to my question regarding our strategy around the curb, knowing that we've got a lot of ride share and that kind of delivery economy. So just wanted to give you an opportunity real quick to speak about how that is being thought of in light of what we're doing here.
Thank you, Dr. Watlington. So yeah, Dr. Watlington and I were exchanging some conversation along with Ms. Johnson earlier today, just how, your rideshare companies or your Uber Eats or your other delivery companies, sort of interact in the right-of-way, and we're always thinking about that. Our strategic parking plan is thinking about that. We're looking at how our loading zones are utilized, and we're always looking for opportunity to make sure that we've got the right space for those activities to occur. And so that absolutely was part of our conversation, and appreciated you lifting that up.
Sure, thank you.
All right, Ms. Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to follow up to Dr. Watlington's question about those gig workers. I think $100 for an infraction is pretty steep if they're running it for folks who are, Uber drivers or DoorDash or Uber Eats or whatever. Is it possible to have a permit for them or something while they're loading or picking up, food? We know uptown, and there is limited parking in lots of places in the city. So how do we, from an equitable and upward mobility perspective, how do we help those small business owners when there's limited parking, and we know that, and we recognize that, what can we do to assist them?
Sure, great question, Councilwoman Johnson. So the idea is, though, I want to be really clear on there are areas where we absolutely, no matter what, don't want the vehicles parking in those spaces. That would be the bike lanes, that would be blocking the streetcar, and that was early on one of our greatest infractions is the Uber Eats and the others, not picking on a particular company at all, but that type of activity happening, and that was very disruptive to the activity. No amount of time is appropriate for that driver to park and run in to conduct their business. So really it's that opportunity to start with the education and the enforcement, sharing with them where they should be parking, and then it was escalation to a citation of $25, and now we think the next is that $100 citation for that very serious infraction. But with those infractions, we are also educating them on, within that particular block, where are the available parking spaces, and if we have places that are just over congested for those quick stop in, stop out, then we're looking to increase those spaces. So it's an ever-evolving situation.
Yeah, I'd like to take a look at areas, I just think of like Trade Street and Tryon Street, where there's lots of restaurants and everything. If there's an opportunity to maybe have more loading zones or something like that. So we are considering those, those folks who do drive and have to deal with the parking.
That's right.
For a living. And then, I'm going to bring up the state-owned roads because there are so many in District 4. We talked about W.T. Harris, and that affects District 5, 4, and 2. So you mentioned the CMPD has the ability to enforce, you said state-maintained roads that aren't highways. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, as long as they are not the interstate highways, the CMPD or code enforcement teams can run their enforcement efforts on state-maintained roadways, absolutely.
But the roads that are highways?
Interstates, yes, ma'am. So ramps and interstates, those are under the jurisdiction of the Highway Patrol and the NCDOT.
Okay, so when I think highway, so 2949.
2949 is an example of a roadway that the city could enforce with their enforcement or their CMPD.
Okay, and I know that there are signs on some of the ramps and some of the streets, and I've noticed additional signs. Thank you, and to Jane Talon for that, and there have been some improvement. I've noticed that. But there are not these signs everywhere. But is it still illegal to park on these certain areas, whether there are signs or not? Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct, that it is illegal to park in those situations unless it is an emergency. And so the signs really are just supplemental to what the state law says today. But the signs can be very effective in their spacing to then physically not allow a tractor trailer to physically be able to park in that space. So that's what we've been really working with the NCDOT on, how that additional messaging actually physically prohibits the tractor trailers from parking.
So the issue, if it's illegal, and we see this constantly, and it is a safety issue on W.T. Harris.
Sure.
So the issue then is enforcement. So what can we do to assist? Because it's a state issue. We should be getting more help, I guess, from NCDOT?
Sure.
Or
continuing those conversations and having us ask them what we can do. Yeah.
Okay, so then residents can reach out to their state senators, right, and ask for assistance on that. I know District 4 has just formed a new coalition. I'm so excited, and this is an issue that they're addressing. So I think that the issue is awareness that these are state-maintained roads, and there's accountability at each level.
Sure.
Okay, so and then as far as the rapid response or the quality of life team, when will that be effective? When will the
That team is already out on the streets issuing parking citations, and they're already in action. So there are currently 2 vacancies still on that team for inspectors, but we have a supervisor and 2 inspectors stood up, and we've added a couple more people to the team to really round out the staff, and they're already out issuing parking citations to tractor trailers and to vehicles and bike lanes.
And how do residents reach this team in the evenings and on the weekends?
So the reporting can be done either through the CLT Plus app by contacting 311 or by calling 911. The team does not respond immediately to the request always, and the rapid response team is actually meant to say that we are responding rapidly to emerging issues like parking, and so we will use our current code enforcement response timeframes to go out and issue citations for parking, but they're also, that staff is also out proactively working in our hot spots each and every day.
So do we want residents calling, and we can talk about this later, but do we want residents calling 911 to report truck parking? I mean, that ties up the line, you know, for emergencies. I mean, we can certainly talk about that, but.
It's the option that CMPD has requested for areas where police would respond. And now that the rapid response team is set up, the residents can also request investigation through reporting to 311 or the CLT Plus app.
And 311 is only open during business hours, is that correct?
7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Friday. So if you are reporting off hours, 911 or the Emerald Web or CLT Plus.
Okay. And then lastly, Mr. Lee brought up a great suggestion. Thank you, Mr. Lee. As far as residents being able to report, like taking a picture in for a car in the bike lane or anything, is there a way that they could do that? Is uploading through the CLT?
There's current functionality within the CLT Plus app to take a picture and attach it to the reports that a resident is making through that app.
So would we have to talk about that in the TAP committee? If CMPD would be able to act on that, a picture, if that would be enforceable? I mean, we really don't know that, do we?
I'm going to defer to our legal advice on that question. We don't currently enforce, in code enforcement, anything by those means.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Can I get one more example?
Ms. Anderson has not spoken yet. Ms. Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for this work. I clearly support the work that's here. I'd like for the quality of life team and your teams to think about expanding this ordinance to include noise issues, especially with the issues that we're having with cars taking over particular networks and roadways in our cities. There is an increase of modified exhaust on a lot of cars, and that creates noise, and it's a quality of life issue. I've certainly heard about that from my district residents. And I know that we have cities like New York City, for example, that has cameras that are noise automated cameras that can capture a photo if a resident is intentionally making loud noise and disturbing the peace and the quality of life. So I'd love, as you go back and look at additional areas of expansion for this particular ordinance, that you investigate how we can enforce noise violations. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. After hearing everyone speak, I know that there's lots of conversation. I think that one of the questions that we have to ask is that we've been talking about this, it's been in the newspaper, it's been on television, and I wonder if we should consider what we have before us, take the time, I think Ms. Mayfield's point, to see what our results are, to establish some metrics and come back within a certain amount of time. I don't know whether that's 6 months or less or more, but I think that if you've heard a lot about what we want to do, and I know you guys have worked really hard on it, but quality of life makes a difference, and quality of life across our footprint is not always the same. It could be noise, it can be trucks, there are different pockets of our community that deal with this. But I also think the enforcement issue and perhaps some other tools, that we could use. We talked about the fines primarily, but maybe we have to be more aggressive in terms of where it hurts, which is where you don't find your car or your car is towed. And anybody that has had a car towed in Charlotte knows it is hard. It's a very difficult experience.
Yeah, you sound like you.
So I think that we've had public comment, we've had a lot of suggestions, so I know that we've got this on our plate today, and I think that there's going to always be a need for this kind of work to be updated, but I think we've got to start somewhere, if that's where the council is. So everyone has had a chance.
Second.
We have a motion to approve and a second. Ms. Mayfield and Mr. Graham, I'm sorry.
First.
Y'all are sitting together, right? Yes.
I'll hear us all right. Tell us apart.
Mr. Winston and so now that we have a motion on the floor for adoption of the proposed amendments, and I would add, and I think the manager heard this, different tools, different ways, a reasonable amount of time to see what's working and what's not working. So with that.
Could you define a reasonable amount of time? Because I thought I heard quarterly. And
When I say quarterly, I say in a quarter.
In a quarter. Again, I just don't want to, and I don't want to be redundant. I'm going to support it for sure. I just don't want to lose the momentum.
Right.
And I'm narrowly tailored talking about the commercial vehicles.
Right.
Because that's the problem. And the problem's getting worse, not better. And this is no reflection on the work that you ladies are doing. Jane has been outstanding every time I call. And they've been very forthright in terms of trying to address the issues. But the volume of emails and phone calls that we receive, people stopping us in grocery stores, at churches, complaining about this. It's a community-wide issue, and I don't want to kind of lose focus on trying to solve the problem. We started talking about this last January.
Right.
And so there's a sense of urgency, at least on my part, that we kind of deliver on the promise. I believe this is a very good first step, though. Thank you.
And I think that the time frame is a quarter, okay? All right, so that's the motion. All in favor, please raise your hands. All right, I believe that's unanimous, so thank you. I want you to know how much we appreciate this, and it's going to always be an ongoing exercise, so thank you for what you're doing. All right, the next item on our agenda is the Charlotte Arts and Culture Plan. The action requested is to accept the Charlotte Arts and Culture Plan to support the community vision for arts and culture in Charlotte-Mecklenburg, and provide a strategic plan that residents, businesses, organizations, artists, creatives, and public officials can use to shape the community's arts, culture, ecosystem, and contribute to a vibrant and prosperous future. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
We have a motion. We have a second. Ms. Ajmira, did you make the second? All right, any discussion?
I have a question.
Ms. Johnson?
Sorry. I just want to know from Priya, is there any more that we, are you coming? Yeah.
Ms. Sycar, join us at the podium. Ms. Ms. Johnson?
Thank you for this plan, right? I want to know from your perspective, is there any more that you think that we as a council can focus on to help the arts community? Or if you just had to give us, your maybe top idea or top two idea, what can we as a council do to support the plan or support the community? Is there anything more that we can do for you?
More than what's in the plan?
Or more from a council perspective, and maybe we can talk offline. But I just wanted to know if there's anything that that we can do as a council to continue to encourage you for the improvements and everything.
I would say that I think the biggest thing that council could do is to keep arts and culture as a priority for our city, and that what that could look like is to keep arts and culture in mind as one of the ways that, if integrated into all the other things that we're doing as a city, can truly help us to continue to have a more vibrant and sustainable community.
All right, thank you. And I'd like to talk offline also, okay? Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you for the plan. I look forward to supporting it. Thank you.
Mr. Driggs?
So I've been involved in this pretty heavily since the beginning, and I wanted to say, Ms. Sircar and I have had a number of conversations. I'm not going to support it tonight. I believe that there's a lot in there that is good and represents the culmination of a great deal of work. A couple of things in my mind that are still missing. I was disappointed, which I think I communicated to you, not to see a more explicit recognition of the major venues that the city owns and our commitment to sustain their funding. And I think that's important partly because the people who work at those places deserve some recognition from us. And I just feel that for us to talk in these general terms about the arts and not put some acknowledgement among our priorities of the fact that those are important institutions and that the people who work there are important to us. The other thing is that there were a number of questions I had about kind of the implementation or the details that in my mind haven't been fully worked out. And to that extent, this is almost more of a vision statement, like a 2040 plan, than a UDO in my mind. And so I'm a little concerned about how some of those issues, and Priya, I have been clear about this, will resolve themselves. What exactly does the governance look like, and what are the processes? So I'm not discouraging anybody else from supporting it. I'm not saying it's bad, but I'm really not at a point yet where I can't support it. Thank you.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. I talked about this a couple weeks ago. I think Mr. Driggs is right. I am going to vote to support this, but this is very much like the comprehensive plan, that this is really the start, right? And I agree with Ms. Sircar, is that we need to maintain this as a priority. And once we receive this plan, this does give staff the kind of guidebook on how we can operate internally to fulfill this priority, right? Because remember, we did not ever have anybody within our organization, the entire city of Charlotte, whose job was to understand public funding of the arts and therefore what we can do with it. So we are really building something from scratch within this organization, and adoption of this plan kind of sets us out on the long-term path to continue to act on that. So, this has been a long process. We hope that it will be a longer process, as in perpetuity of prioritizing this. But you go slow in government, so you can go a long way with government. So I think we've done this the right way, and I think this is a good plan that, again, sets us up for the long term. And I look forward to voting yes for this.
Mr. Graham?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First, let me thank Priya for all your work. You've done a lot of work in a difficult environment, I think, in terms of working with a wide variety of stakeholders and kind of pulling everybody together for a common vision. So I really appreciate the work. arts and culture, sports and entertainment are the part of the culture of our community, and so I do agree with Mr. Driggs that what I call the blue bloods, the major institutions, Discovery Place, the Mint, are part of who we are as a community. But there's also room for new emerging artists to do different things as well. And so it's not either or in my perspective. It's how do we kind of have a vision to accomplish both and kind of have a new vision for the arts and culture in Uptown Charlotte and throughout the city. So I look forward to continuing to do the work. There's a lot more work to be done, but I think this is a very, very first step. And I acknowledge that we have more work to do, but I think it's really exciting. I think if we can make sure that, as I said earlier, that we find a way to include culture, arts and culture. Like the Wiz was in town this past weekend, right? We need more of that, right, for our community, as well as identify spaces for emerging artists to represent and present and be a part of the changing arts landscape in the city of Charlotte. I look forward to being a part of that. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Bakari?
Thank you, Mayor. So I mean, I want to start by recognizing that a lot of people have worked hard in the community on this. And that is appreciated. What they do in the arts and culture community is appreciated. I have some pretty strong feelings about all this, and I want to start by making sure that those who have worked hard, your efforts are very much appreciated. You know, this isn't something that just popped up over the last couple months or even couple years. We have been battling this, trying to figure it out for a long time. We were what felt like ground zero when the quarter-cent sales tax failed, when this community said, we don't buy the vision, start over. And what bothers me is, I mean, that was 2019. We're at the end of 2023. And this is where we are right now, this 100-plus page document. And for those of us who have worked hours and hours behind the scenes trying to make this happen, I mean, it's a bit disappointing where we are right now. So the way, because what happens too much in government is someone drops a 100-plus page plan in front of you, and then we all look at the plan and we show how thick the plan is, and we say the plan is the plan. Okay, we're making progress. I mean, I can summarize this plan. It's got 8 priorities or points to it. And you may think, I mean, I encourage anyone in the community to go read it themselves, but I'll summarize the plan right now. Priority 1, go get public money. Priority 2, then use that to get more private money that's dried up. And then priorities 3 through 8 are, here are additional things that seem to poll well and people think are popular that you can do with that money. Where we set out where we needed to be by now was looking at, here are the assets we have that are underperforming. Here are the buildings and the operations that are there that need to become sustainable. Here are the funding mechanisms that will get us there. Here's the policy that this city will use in order to put more money into the things that make the outcomes that have happened. We started at the absolute opposite end of where we needed to be, and now we've got this kind of frame of a car. It's not a car that we could get in and drive. It needs an engine built. It needs all kind, and we might find out this isn't the shape the car needs to be in the end. So, you know, I think one lesson we have to learn is this didn't start this year. It didn't start even in 2019 when the sales tax failed. If you can go all the way back to kind of in 2008, 9-ish, when Mayor McCrory actually vetoed, and this was one of the vetoes that were overridden by council at that time, the money for the Mint, the Gantt Center, several of these buildings, not because people didn't think they were valid and important, but because no one went into the weeds and figured out the sustainable operations model and the funding that was going to get us to that point. And we find ourselves over a decade later still ignoring that conversation. And that is terrifying to me because it's just kicking the can down the road. So I only bring this up in the hopes that we can sit down and figure this stuff out. I'm going to vote against it as well. When I look at the wording of all of this, you know, it's us accepting this report. So, I mean, it was emailed to us. We've accepted it. I would encourage my colleagues to vote against accepting this formally because there's nothing for us to be able to utilize here for what we need to do next. It's not to say that the next step of us taking it and moving to where we need to go isn't exactly what we need to do otherwise. I'm completely on board with that. But I don't want to give the community a false impression that we've moved down the road to where we need to be just because there's a lot of papers here. The same community that saw through everything in 2019 when they overwhelmingly voted down the sales tax for arts because we didn't have our act together can see where we are today. This is not going to solve for that. So we need to learn from those lessons of the past. We need to double down our efforts because the arts and culture community is critically vital. And if we don't get this right, we're going to be doing them a disservice. And we need to make sure that the organizations that perpetuated this stuff for decades, we have a clean cut and a path forward. So I'm going to vote against it. I encourage all of you to send a message to this community that you get it as well, that this is not us making progress, but it's not a message to those who work super hard on this. Like, I really want to emphasize, this is our responsibility to be here at these decision points and make tough decisions, but it is not an indication that your work is not appreciated and all the effort you put into this community. It should be something you look at and say, thank you. If you don't feel you're doing your job and where you should be doing with city dollars, you should be raising the flag right now on something that's important. So I hope that we can do that.
All right, the manager would like to address the council.
So thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Thank you, Priya, and for everybody who's put in a lot of hard work behind this. So I just jotted down some notes, and maybe level setting is the best way to say this. So absolutely, there's more work to do. I think that's most important. Second, you're receiving a plan tonight. Words matter. I remember there was a plan that this council adopted, which wasn't a staff-driven plan, that years later, when folks said, hey, it's time to support this or pay for this, the council said, whoa. So this is a lot of hard work, and you're receiving it. I really like what Councilmember Bakari said, and I'm going to repeat it just in a little different way. So there have been a couple of go-it-alone strategies that didn't necessarily work. And I think this is the first time that we're getting to a let's work together strategy. So the quarter-cent sales tax, I believe, county-driven, that this council was a little miffed that you were pulled in kind of late. When we did the infusion fund, this board, this council, the opposite feeling came about from the county. It's like, well, why didn't we have some seats? Why weren't we a part of this? What's been happening during this process is collaboration and communication between staff of the city and the county, so that there can be something different this time in terms of, let's think about it as restricted funds that would be associated with those things that are important to this council, and restricted funds that are items that are important to the County Board of Commissioners. I don't want to get too in front of them right now, but and then there would be pooled funds that would be something that may be important to all of us as it relates to hitting some of the goals and objectives. What we've done as a staff for you is always stuck by the recommendations from the ad hoc committee, stuck by the recommendations of the four of you that carried that forward, so that when we get to the place in January during the annual strategy meeting where this will be a topic, which we will talk about governance and we will talk about funding, that our recommendations to you are going to be consistent with what you've been telling us to do all along. So those are kinds of the thought process. That's kind of the thought process where we, from a staff level, have been, is that we're going to be consistent with what have been the objectives of the council. The other thing I think is very important to just highlight what has happened with this infusion fund over the last 3 years, which is extremely important. So if we get back to 2022, let's call it the low point of funding for those organizations that we're associated with, whether they're Thrive or whether it is the Alana organizations, some of those that are more diverse than others, 4.3 million. And now with the infusion fund for the last few years, it's closer to 8.5 million. For those Thrive organizations, from their low point to where they've been during the infusion fund, almost double. For those Alana organizations, almost triple. So a lot of good things have been happening while we have been protecting our assets from an economic development perspective, those buildings, and not just the buildings, but the people that perform in it, as well as lifting up these other organizations that for years have not gotten the same level of support. So the thought process has worked with the Infusion Fund. It's how does it remain sustainable past 2024?
Yeah. It should be in there.
It's not in there.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
It's two separate
Ms.
topics.
Anderson is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and Priya has left, but I wanted to thank her for the work that she's done, because I know I've had several conversations with her, and I know this has been a heavy lift. You know, when we think and talk about strategic plans and implementing strategic plans, we have to have metrics, KPIs, ways in which we have a keen understanding that whether or not the plan is working or is it not working. And I know that in Section 5 in this plan, there is an implementation guide that has outcomes tied to every action. But some of these outcomes are fuzzy, soft, if you will, and it's difficult to actually track them from a metric perspective. And the other aspect of this plan as well is there are a lot of actions that are, have a long runway. So a lot of these actions have multi years that it will be in flight. And it will be easy for us as a body to lose sight on whether we're making traction. Is it working? Is it not working? Should we pivot? And so I'd like for us to make some attempt to tighten up these outcomes. Of course, some of them have to be soft in nature, but I want to be able to track our ability of how we are making traction on these outcomes. And so I'd like to have some level of metrics or KPIs that as a board, we are provided on a regular cadence so we can add perspective on, yep, we're going the right way, or if we need to conclude that we need to pivot on some things. Because it will be very easy for this to be in flight and we just lose sight of it, and the effectiveness will be difficult to ascertain.
So,
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I think the idea of creating those metrics are important. I also think it's important that we know what we currently do, and I think that's from Mr. Driggs' comment about the number of buildings that we program, support financially, and maintain. So we've got a part of a plan, but we really need to have a foundation of what we already have, and then look at the metrics of where we can go. So I understand it says accept, and I just don't know whether that is a strong, vibrant word, or just kind of like, mamby-pamby. That's not a real word, I know that. But it's kind of like, well, once we accept this, then does that cover the kind of focus and rigor that we need for the remaining parts of it? Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I think accepting.
I'm sorry, I did not see. I'm sorry, I did not see. But go ahead, and then we'll come to Ms. Ashmira.
I think accepting is the right verb, again, so that staff can continue to move forward. I think what Ms. Anderson stated is accurate in terms of what we should desire, but what this does set us up for, right? The idea is that council, as long as it keeps arts and culture as a priority, will be able to go in December, January, when you have your retreat, to start giving those desired outcomes to staff, so that they can go and work on it. That's why I keep saying that this is really kind of the start, right? So that you can say, hey, I want to prioritize, we as council want to prioritize, investing in workspaces this year. so that staff can say, okay, we have a way, we're going to come up with a way to define success or failure, and that you can look at those things. Or we're going to focus on bringing in jobs in the creative spaces this year. There is this plan, and accepting this gives staff the continued kind of okay to keep going forward to set up that type of workflow. Because again, I just remind us, we have people on staff that know how to build roads or make land use maps or deal with law enforcement. We don't have any department in our organization right now that effectively creates those KPIs and everything like that. So accepting this allows that process to go forward.
Ms. Ajmira, and then Ms. Molina.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I recall having a presentation to council a couple of weeks ago on this arts and cultural plan. And I know Mr. Drakes had raised the concern around supporting the institutions that's a part of the fabric of our city. That is our city's responsibility. And when we had that presentation, what we had talked about that as a next step, this priority that we have here, or this plan, does not prevent us from having that discussion in January. We can do both. We can support our institutions as well as acknowledge historically marginalized communities that hasn't been funded in the past. So I think we are all on the same page here in terms of doing both. I don't recall ever us having a conversation about stop funding what we currently do. I think that's our obligation. That's what we're going to continue to do. This just adds a layer where we have not funded historically marginalized groups and artists that we are going to do. So I look forward to having that conversation in January. But I agree with Mr. Drakes. We do need to continue to deliver on our obligation, which is Blumenthal Arts and Mint Museum and other institutions, because ultimately that is our responsibility. But we got to do more because we do have a lot of artists or organizations that have not historically received funding from us. And we need to also cultivate that culture where they feel that Charlotte is a welcoming city for all, whether you're part of this institution or you are someone new who has embraced our city and who is part of arts and cultural community. So I think we can do both. And as part of our annual funding process, this arts and cultural discussion always comes up. And, I guess I see this cultural plan as more of a framework, not necessarily policy document, similar to what we had done with 2040 plan. And I know that even with 2040 plan, it was controversial. It was 6 to 5. And anytime you have this big ideas, it's because it's not specific enough. It's a very challenging. It's very challenging effort, and I appreciate Priya's leadership. It's not easy. I know not just among the council members, but even among the advisory board that you have, there are diverse opinions, and you got to balance it all. And I think this is a step in the right direction, but our work does not end here. And I hope, I'm sure Mr. Drakes and others will be a strong voice for our institutions along with me, because I think they are part of our fabric and we need to support them. So I will continue to support their work, but I just don't want us to send a message to any institutions in our city that we are not funding them. I think we are going to continue to do that while exploring this other, while supporting these historically marginalized groups.
Ms. Molina?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm reluctant to speak of the organizations that have been traditionally underfunded in tandem with our institutions, because, you know, the nature of the two are totally different, right? And so what I learned as a brand-new council member is when we made a vote before, and I think, Priya, I addressed this with you on the call, on my private social media post, I was bombarded with people that didn't understand the difference in the decisions that we were making. And because they have livelihoods that are attached to one portion of this decision, they take the entire decision as it being a no to them and what they intend, you know, to feed their families. And now we have the weight of trying to lift both of the institutions that are attached directly to the city, which, Priya, I remember the call where, you know, you had a board member ask you specifically about the language, and I followed up with that language to say we needed to be specific as well. And so I'm a little shaky now, because the purpose of this lift is that we lift them both at the same time. And so I'm a little concerned, because absolutely, positively, you know, do we have a responsibility to, you know, support the artists that are a part of our community, that are a very important part of our community, and, you know, support their efforts and provide the funding where we're able to from a body and a city perspective. But also we have this, you know, concurrent responsibility of the organizations that are attached to the city of Charlotte. So if you'll allow me, Mayor, there was a message that I got today from a former council member that well precedes me, Council Member Nancy Carter, who has a recognition of this beyond my own. And basically, she was sending a message of concern. She was like, I just saw the article in the Observer about the state of our arts community. I am very anxious. Perhaps you may remember that I served on the Arts and Science Council Board for the City of Charlotte for 12 years, including the time building the new structures uptown. Before that, I served as president of the Symphony Guild, on the Symphony Board, and the Board of Friends of the Opera. In 2011, which well precedes most of us except for a person, except for a person or two or three, right? She said, you know, I served on WDAV's board. The arts have been a significant and beloved focus in my life, and I am very, very concerned about their welfare. I imagine the loans which the city assumed for the new buildings because of the lower governmental rates for those loans, in lieu of the tradition of supporting the arts through employees' donations and through donations to support their activities, are close to being paid off. Would there be a way of transitioning to support through allocating funding? So she was specifically concerned about us being specific about supporting our institutions because of the way that we, you know, we've done it traditionally, and then the way that we, you know, transitioned over time away from it being donation-based. And so, like I said, listening to the elders, because there's nothing more important than building on what's been built before us and learning from those lessons and continuing that bridge, specific in the language, in the details, and, God, please help me, and we're taking care of our artists that have been traditionally, you know, ignored and underfunded. So,
thank you. Mr. Mitchell?
Well, Madam Mayor, this is a tough one, and I will be the first one to admit I was going to stay in my lane and rely on you experts, Councilman Bakari, Driggs, and Graham, and Mayor Pro Tem have put some time in and to bring this forward to us. And I'd never want to underestimate the time, Priya, you had spent putting together this plan. So, but a couple of questions I think Councilmember Driggs mentioned that kind of struck me, and our own facilities. I mean, we have spent a lot of time engaging our own facilities that we own. So is there a reason why in the document, we don't have any language around the African American Culture Center, the Mint Museum, Beckler? Just out of curiosity, but I think we even got a split ad hoc committee, 2-2. Guess we need to call Julie Iso and see how she feels about it.
Right.
So Priya, the facilities we own, was there any discussion with them? Did they see this document? Did they have any input? I'm just curious.
Yes, so they have had input. Some of them served on the task forces that wrote this plan. I just wanted to share a refresher from our previous presentation that our arts and culture community of all types and sizes of organizations and artists participated in giving shape to this plan, some of them as steering committee members serving since last June, and others as task force members who wrote the plan itself, including members of the Charlotte Symphony, Blumenthal Performing Arts, etc.
Gantt Center, everyone, okay.
In the process from last year, yes, in terms of the arts and culture, community engagement, conversations, and interviews as well. In terms of your question regarding language,
Yes.
So I believe I'm thinking of the same conversation, Councilmember Molina, that you referenced a few moments ago, in which we talked about some language around the city-owned facilities and the organizations that operate them. And that was in our small group conversations back in August, if we're thinking of the same conversation. So I just wanted to clarify that following receiving that feedback in August, we did add language to the plan, and specifically we added language that says support stable and effective operations and utilization of city-owned arts and culture facilities. So that was added to address the request for language in that, from that conversation.
I'm going to yield to Councilman Marlena Mayer because she has a follow-up question. I hear it. Go ahead.
Well, we can't name them? Because I think that was the concern. The concern was actually expressly naming them. Because in my mind, this is a policy document. So when we adopt a policy, we need to be as specific as possible because that's how we enforce the policy itself, when we can get granular and have some level of specificity. So, and if I remember correctly, I think that was the request, to actually name them.
So
They're city-owned assets.
my recollection is different, that it was not including naming specific organizations, but it was around the facilities and something, and also talking about the organizations that operate them. And the way that we have talked about this document for the last several months has not been as a policy document, but has been as a framework and a community plan that is both, it's for the city, but also for our many partners, both public and private, throughout the community to use. And so that's why, as the manager had described previously, we have thought of this as a community plan that we are asking council to accept so that then we can develop policies and practices and also update our policies and practices that the city is engaging in that flow from this community plan.
And I think that, I want to go back, I do not believe this is a policy document.
Right.
And
It's a
so
framework.
it would not be where we would have, and Priya's right, I remember we went back and there was a lot of conversation. I think what we're talking about is the guidance as the next step. What I've heard a few people say is that, if the council chooses to accept the document, that they have the ability to begin discussions around how do we do all of those things that you said, both and. But I also understand where the policy really is going to require, I think, more of a council discussion than you're accepting all of this information, and a lot of it has been placed in a way that it is a guide, but it is not anywhere policy would say, we will do this, we will spend
That's what
this
I'm looking
amount of
for.
money, we will appoint these kind of people. None of that is in this document, but it does say that, one, we need to recognize that our plan in Charlotte did not include underserved artists, perhaps as diverse as we wanted in terms of our art capacity. And what it's really is saying, it's a strategic plan that addresses the idea of how do we make sure both organizations and creative people in our community are accessing the arts. So I think the conversation has been great. And I think what Mr. Driggs and Mr. Bakari and Ms. Anderson talked about, first, that we want to make sure that we have some metrics when we come back with this, that we actually identify the existing costs and supports that we have to have in it, that there are specifics in the plan that can lead to a document that is a policy document. So I'd like to, I know that
this is just a
Mr.
plan.
Mitchell
Go ahead.
still has the floor, so I.
Mayor, can I
Yes?
offer a proposal? Because I think there's one way that we could thread this needle. I just have some concerns, like when we say we're accepting something, and then 3 months down the road, somebody says, well, you approved exactly that. I think if there was a substitute motion of all the same words that are there, but instead of accepting it, we're confirming receipt. We've received it, staff can move forward ultimately and make the tweaks and bring back the policy recommendations so that no one ever comes and says, well, you never named the names of those organizations and buildings, so therefore that debate is done. I think what we're doing is we're taking a handoff from one group, we're saying thank you for your hard work, and then we're letting staff and others move forward to the next stage of the work.
And Madam Mayor, may I add that, could we possibly attach some temporal setting to when we will see the KPIs and answer all those questions that you just summarized for us? It would be nice if we were to tie a date or a time frame where we, the council, can have that feedback.
So if I maybe reframed my substitute motion, I would say all the same wording, but instead of except, we are confirming receipt, and then with a comma afterwards, looking for a more robust timeline, within the next 30 days of what that timeline looks like and what staff will bring us back. Not the commitment in 30 days, but giving you guys 30 days to bring us back the next steps of the timeline.
All right, the manager wants to respond to what we've all been talking about, so.
And Mayor, I did
I'm
have
sorry,
my hand
Mr.
up
Driggs
before they
did
spoke.
ask. Yes, Mr. Driggs did ask.
The difficulty I have is that the things we are talking about doing were expected to be in here. And so, we've been at this for a couple of years, right? The original working group came out and said, here's the idea, here's the plan. We're going to have this commission. The goal was that the council would hand over to the arts community the responsibility for a lot of allocation. I actually wrote a memo that was superseded, but I said the main guardrails that the council wants to establish are there will be public funding, we will sustain the legacy organizations, and we will have money for all of these other things that are in the plan. The thing is that, when you talk about this and this, that part got left out. And a sentence was added largely as a result of my strident objection that we did not have anything about the inventory of our principal assets or the importance of some of those. So it's fine if we want to let this move forward and if we want to undertake to do more work and so on. But a lot of people out there thought that this was going to be where we got all those answers.
Yeah.
And the idea was that we would be at a point right now where the council said, okay, we're done. Our requirements have been stated clearly, and we are very happy right now to turn over to the arts community decisions about where this funding goes. And that was, if you look back at the original memo from the working group, that was the goal. And we are now at least a year and a half behind where we thought we were going to be. So as long as the characterization of this thing is correct, and people who expected more or thought it was something else understand, do what you want. But I was just expecting, I thought we would be able to kind of lay this topic more or less to rest. I thought the council would be able to say, our work is done, we now know where we're going with the arts, and we're satisfied that the requirements that we have are met. and we're not there yet. And so some of the questions that we don't have answers for are important. And
right.
so, again.
All right,
So-
Mr. Jones would like,
Okay, so thank you, Mayor, members of council. So I'm going to lock into Priya to make sure that I'm saying these things correctly. So this is a community's plan and not just the council's plan. And if it becomes the council's plan, then you own everything, and that's not what you want to do. What you want is to understand what's out there in the ecosystem and what the need is, and then at some point in January, you're going to say, this is all I'm going to do. I'm not going to own K through 12 education. I'm not going to own. So you're going to pick something. We're going to put policies around that, and that's what we'll own. The county will pick something. That's what the private sector. But this is a community's plan that you wouldn't want to own all of it. So I like the concept of receiving. I thought it was going to be receiving. It's my fault. I like the concept of receiving the plan because that's what you're doing tonight. And I hope the county board of commissioners does it, and the school board, and everybody receives this plan, and we all figure out how we're going to work in it.
If you don't mind, Madam Mayor, to respond to the manager, I'm 100% aligned with what you just said. I just have several scars of when we were approving or accepting, then all of a sudden, someone 6 months later, when we bring up the topic, says, no, that discussion is over, you accepted. So as long as we're crystal clear that that isn't even close to being addressed by us, and we're a year and a half behind schedule to actually have the conversation, I'm on board with that slight tweak of the in receipt or receiving.
okay. Have you spoken already on this topic? I don't think Ms. Watlington has spoken on the topic, so let's go to Ms. Watlington, and then we'll come back to Mayor Pro Tem, and then we're going to determine a motion that we can vote on.
That was actually going to be my question is, I've asked the attorney, and he said it's not a legal thing, it's a us thing. It doesn't sound like, I said I've asked the question of the attorney, and he said, and don't let me speak for you, but I'm about to, that it's not a legal requirement or anything, it's an us thing. I think we're clear about what the intent is. Is there a need to formally vote? So rather than spending a lot of time figuring out a motion to raise our hands around, is it not enough to have received the comments?
I do think there needs to be some guidance because, as you say, you're going to be going to the school board, you're going to be going to the county commission. There probably needs to be some opportunity to say this is what the council as a whole did. So I would, though, propose that I believe Mr. Bakari said, receive the Charlotte Arts and Culture Plan to support the community vision, as the manager said, for arts and culture in Charlotte-Mecklenburg. I think that then we would have included in that a report that we have a commitment to our institutional organizations, our unidentified, underserved, that might not be the word, but we also have to create metrics. And I think that we need to put that in place. So receive, acknowledge our support for people who participate in this, as well as our institutions, put some, and when we come back with any recommendations, that it includes metrics.
And Madam Mayor, I'll put that substitute motion out there and I think I agree with everything you said. I don't think we need to worry about wordsmithing that now, because to the manager's point, that's exactly what our body of work is going forward. So mine would be the exact wording in the current agenda action, except instead of accept the, it would just be in receipt of or received the Charlotte Arts, so on and so forth.
Changing the tense
All right, so we're going with, I think that Ms. Watlington and then Mayor Pro Tem, and then we're going to vote on a motion of receive the Charlotte Arts and Culture Plan. Okay. You have,
Last time I accepted something, single family. zone.
okay. So we have a motion on the floor to receive the Charlotte Arts and Culture Plan to support the community vision for arts and culture in Charlotte-Mecklenburg. Is that the end of the sentence?
I thought there was.
Is that correct?
That's a clarification.
Oh, that's implied, right? We don't have to, that doesn't have to be in the motion.
Yes, ma'am,
does it?
Ms. Meek.
Clarification. Any amendment, any motion, there has to be a second. Did we get a second on that? Because the language is accept the Charlotte Arts and Culture Plan. That's the initial motion that was put out.
So we need a substitute
the
motion.
language that you just said, I heard what Mr. Bakari mentioned, as a substitute, but I didn't hear a second on that.
That's true. All right, we have a motion, a substitute motion by Mr. Bakari. And do we have a second?
Second.
We now have a second on that substitute motion.
So now we need to vote on it.
All right, now.
What is the actual difference?
Now we're going to vote it. We've
What's the
actually.
difference?
Like you said, he changed.
I don't know.
I tell you, if you don't see the difference, it's just the way it is.
But I want to know what I'm voting on.
Accept versus receive, and
Madam Mayor,
accept, received. That's what we're
Yeah,
going to. That's the
I don't have a
motion.
second. I'll withdraw it, to be honest.
You had a second.
I was going to say,
Yes.
I think
You
we've had
have a
enough
second.
conversation now where we can point to this record and show that.
Okay, all in
We're not
favor
accepting
of the
anything, so
substitute motion,
I think the
please
mission's
raise your
accomplished.
hand. All in favor of the substitute motion?
He just
please-
withdrew
No,
it.
he didn't.
No, he didn't.
Got a second.
He didn't withdraw
No, I
it.
didn't.
Do we need to take a break and go back and
get
get some coffee or something?
this is.
So I know what you're saying, but we have a substitute motion on the floor
I didn't know that.
to receive the Charlotte Arts and Cultural Plan to support the community vision for arts and culture in Charlotte Mecklenburg. It has a second. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hands.
It's the same
1, 2.
thing.
Yeah, no.
It doesn't matter if it's the same thing. It is the motion that we are saying,
We've received it.
that I've read a couple of times. So
I'm
we
sorry.
have
I
one.
would take my hand off.
All right, all in favor of the motion, please raise your hand, so I didn't get this side. 1,
I don't understand.
2, 3, 4,
Guess we didn't receive it.
fails. Okay.
Okay,
That's
original
all right.
motion, let's vote.
Well, we go back, I know that, now we're back at the, really, you guys.
It's enough.
We have a motion to accept the Charlotte Arts and Cultural Plan to support the community vision for arts and culture in Charlotte Mecklenburg and provide a strategic plan that residents, businesses, organizations, artists, creatives, and public officials can use to shape the community's arts and cultural ecosystem and contribute to a vibrant and prosperous future for the Charlotte Mecklenburg. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Motion passes. All right, thank you. Anyone opposed? We have 2 opposed. Thank you very much. All right, let's see, we still have a few other items, guys. Let's go to agenda item number 12, anti-displacement programming. Approve the use of $5,954,152 from the Coronavirus State and Local Fiscal Recovery Fund to implement anti-displacement programming as recommended by the NEST Subcommission.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
I have a question.
Ms.
I'm sorry.
I have Ms. Watlington, followed by Ms. Johnson.
Yeah, I'll keep it brief. I'm just glad that this is here. We had a lot of discussion about this over the years, and it's building upon work that's been done by previous councils. This is critical to delivering a policy that is going to provide for what we say we want in this city. For folks all over the city of different backgrounds, I think what's going to be key, though, is to understand that this is just the beginning, and I look forward to January as we talk about how we expand, continue, and broaden our efforts in regards to this. I'll leave it there for today. Thank you to staff for your great work on this. I will say that, and to the chairs, Ms. Graham and Dr. Harlow of the NEST Commission, and all of the members of the NEST Commission. Thank you for continuing to show up, and I look forward to staying engaged with this work, as well as bringing in some additional connection to our neighborhoods and our grassroots organizations. So thank you for this.
All right, Ms. Johnson.
I concur with Dr. Watlington. I want to thank the staff and thank the members of the NEST Commission. I think this is a great first step. One of the things I do want to lift up is we're really starting to see petitions for redevelopment of the hotels and the motels. And we know that that's where our vulnerable populations live. So I want to make sure that we do have something, some type of displacement plan, as we recognize that those individuals are vulnerable. There's a petition we'll be hearing for public hearing next week for one of the hotels or motels, actually 2 of them, in the 85 corridor. So I want residents to pay attention so it's not a last-minute alarm that these things are changing. So I hope that we really are intentional about developing displacement plans for our most vulnerable residents. Thank you.
Ms. Mayfield?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I am happy with the work that NEST Commission has done. I will state, which I had stated many years ago, I hope we put some guardrails in place. Yes, I am happy that we have home ownership opportunities here, but I need us to not forget TOD and the original conversations around TOD in South End, and when I repeatedly asked for some stopgap measures regarding housing affordability. Well, now you drive through South End, you drive along the rail, you will see multiple high-end vehicles, but the individuals that we told the community we were creating this public transportation system for have quickly been dispersed and displaced from having access to the resource that we told them, this is for you. So as we're moving forward with these recommendations, and we're talking about allocating almost $6 million, we have to have the very clear stopgap measures in place to ensure the community that we said is our target is the community that's going to benefit. And the conversation, manager, you and I have had regarding going back to our current programs and seeing what additional resources are needed, because we put investments in 2016, 17, 18 in areas, and a number of those individuals do no longer live there. Those homes have flipped. Those homes, unfortunately, there's been a targeting, especially of elders in our communities. I spoke to an elder this morning that, in reference to an elder this morning over in Revolution Park, that had someone purchase a building that she's been in since the 30s. Her home, they purchased land next door and then told them, I'm finna tear down because this is my land. No, her land has been her land since the 30s. So we need to make sure that in this space of almost 6 million, we're addressing the needs of our current, not only our elders, our residents, our homeowners, to make sure they're protected. Thank you.
All right. Are there any other comments? So we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please raise your hand. All right. Anyone opposed? Two in opposition. Thank you. The next item is item 13, approve additional funding to implement recommendations associated with the employment study for city corridors of opportunity, comprised of $500,000 in project savings and $1 million in interest earned on funds from the American Rescue Plan Act, and authorize the manager to negotiate and execute contracts.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? All right, we'll start with Ms. Watlington, followed by Ms. Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We got a lot of people want to talk. So I just want to say I'm very, very happy to see this. As we know, many of these corridors sit in places that are near and dear to my heart, and I'm so happy to see us continuing to invest in this program, but I will defer to the PD chair to pour out all of the love on this program. We're happy to support.
So, Ms. Anderson?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I absolutely support this effort, and having two of the corridors of opportunity in District 1, understand that this is very much needed tool in the communities. And as it relates to some of these corridors, this is one of the #1 asks in the playbook for some of them. So I'm happy to see it here, and I'm excited about the work. I just have a question. You know, we had some small group meetings with Ms. Holmes, and I want to ensure that all of these centers along, all these hubs are open and accessible to everyone in the community. When we had the discussion in small group, there was some mention of some of them being specifically focused on a particular, hi, Ms. Holmes, a particular aspect of the community. And as I mentioned to you, I think that would dissuade the entire community and residents along these corridors to feel like this is a resource and tool for them. So can you just speak to that since you're here, Ms. Holmes?
Yes, so we did reach out to those that we did get questions about that were maybe seemingly focused, and confirmed with them to ensure that they were open to all in that geography, and that they were targeting kind of the wider population in that geography so as not to limit, so that they are providing services for the wider range and making sure that they meet the needs of the businesses located in that corridor. In addition to that, we are also working with a cohort model so that the hubs form basically a team where if one cannot meet the services needed, then let's say someone provides one-on-one coaching at one opportunity hub and another one doesn't, they can refer to each other to provide that. But I did want to confirm to you that they are targeted to meet not just a kind of narrow population, but a wider range of businesses, entrepreneurs, workforce development in that corridor.
Thank you for that response. So just so that I'm clear, for example, the particular one that's along the North Tryon corridor, which is in District 1, that particular hub will be open to all residents in that corridor?
Yes, it will. So they will provide specialty services for minority and Hispanic contractors and people looking to grow their contracting business, but they will have referral services and resources for all people in that corridor.
Great. Thank you so much.
All right, Mr. Bakari, do you have?
Yeah, I was just going to say, staff, this has been a rigorous process to get you guys to this point. I am hopeful to see what kind of outcomes come out of this as we really analyze it as more of a pilot process, to be quite honest, with the funding that's there. But I have a lot of faith in how you guys have approached getting us to this decision point, and I think it's worth us rolling the dice and seeing if it makes the level of impact that warrants the funding, so I'll support it.
Mr. Driggs?
So I'm very enthusiastic about this. I've been arguing for some time that workforce development is a more productive investment than housing subsidies, frankly. I think getting people to the point where they can pay their own rent is a better outcome. And so really excited about this. I hope that what this will accomplish is that people who have an aspiration, whether it's a business or a job, have a place to go where they can, there's the lighting, dramatic, I think.
They say get out.
Where they can go to overcome obstacles to their success. So we had discussed at some point in committee about workforce development, and the first report that we got back, if you recall, was a portal, which was a good resource, an important resource, but a number of us, I think Mr. Graham and I in particular, expressed concern that that's sort of passive, and we need to be active. We need to be on the ground and out there. So I hope that this will benefit individuals and business people, aspiring business people, and that it proves to be something in which we can invest more as we learn from the early experience. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Graham?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I too am extremely excited about this agenda item. I told the manager this was a very good agenda. There's so many good things on it tonight that improves the quality of life of our citizens, and certainly the corridors of opportunity, the continuing investment that we're doing. And this is a city priority, right? This thing started off in one district, and now, everyone's doing it because I think we piloted this thing, and I think we're a little bit beyond a pilot with the corridors of opportunity. Obviously, this scenario is one, but I think we found something here. And I'm glad that staff was able to hear me and Mr. Driggs and act on it. And this is really about meeting people where they are, which is in their neighborhoods in their communities within these quarters. It's focusing on workforce and small business. It supports the Hire Charlotte program. And more importantly, it really invests also in these corridors, but also invests on people in the corridors who's actually doing the work, which is these nonprofit organizations in every aspect of the city, the Latin American Chamber of Commerce, the Hispanic Chamber Contractors Association, Freedom Communities, which is doing tremendous work over there, Liz Charlotte and Bays Fort Road. She Built This City, which is an organization I was just really introduced to about several months ago. And I'm just pleased that they're on this list doing this type of work, identifying female contractors and giving them an opportunity to help build a better Charlotte. So I'm really excited about that, as well as the Neal Foundation. So this is really good foundational work, good blocking and tackling, helping people where they are, fulfilling a commitment to the corridors. And I just look forward to, again, the results, right? Making sure that, again, as I said earlier today, what gets measured gets done. So hopefully there's some good measurements quarterly, yearly, that we can kind of see where we are in terms of making an impact. So I'm really excited about it. Thank you.
Ms. Mayfield?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for the work that you have been doing and leading it forward. I would just ask the same stopgap measures to be put in place to ensure the areas where we are making investments, that the residents who live there, not the potential residents who may come, those who live there are able to take advantage of these opportunities. I am very happy that She Built This City is on this list. They have made a major impact in a short period of time. I personally would have liked for them to have asked for more for the needs, because we have a lot of home repair needs, especially for elders, that are popping up. But I am excited, so just wanted to congratulate you on the work and again ask for clear stopgap measures to make sure we're achieving the goal that we are telling the community is our purpose. Thank you.
Ms. Johnson?
Ms. Holmes, thank you for the work. I've had the honor of speaking with you quite a few times over the past couple weeks, and the work that you're doing is very intentional, and it really does address the inequities in the city. I think this project is a win-win situation for our residents, but also for the small business owners. So this really, really does address upward mobility and continue to do the work that you're doing in your department. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Jones. So I'm excited about this. Thank you.
Mr. Mitchell? Good to go.
Melina? Melina? Thank you, Madam Mayor. There's been a lot of great dialogue around the room. Monica, thank you to you and your team, Mr. Manager. This is a win. I think every single group on this list is amazing. There are one or two that I don't know about yet, but I would love to know more about. There are two in particular that I have to lift up because the leaders have actually waited for us to talk about it, and I see them in the room. So I want to first, the Latin American Chamber of Commerce, Griselda Bailey is here from the Latin American Chamber of Commerce. And so I've actually seen the location 2 times. I've gone and I've viewed it, and it's actually literally off of the Albemarle Road corridor. So of course this is East Charlotte. And right now it is a makeshift home to the open air market. I live right down the street, so I see it every single weekend, and it is vibrant and bustling with Latino business owners. And it is the most organic organization of entrepreneurship that I've ever seen in my life. And so I want to shout them out because they're actually on a mission to raise around $15 million. And the county beat us to it, by the way. We're coming in this second to the county. So shout out to the county for, partnering in this goal for East Charlotte and bringing, a model for entrepreneurship to the Albemarle Road corridor. and Josh Jacobson, who's done a lot of work on that project, and everyone who's involved. Thank you guys, Marta, te quiero. All of you, thank you for waiting around. I'm really excited to see us as a stakeholder, and to see what this project produces. I see Lisette Velez, she's here, and actually she is the executive director of the Hispanic Contractors Association of the Carolinas. So if you've seen my profile picture on anything social, it's actually from the gala that I went to. And I mean, the lighting for that little picture was great. I love it. I had the best time. I met so many amazing entrepreneurs who, in their own right, many first generation, many with a dream, many who do the hard jobs that keep our country moving. You know, the things that in some cases people have forgotten about as an opportunity, but are lucrative opportunities. You know, people with painting and construction and, you know, every single facet of construction that you can think of who, you know, with a dream and a goal, have started institutions and in many cases are very successful. So I'm extremely proud of the work that you're doing there. I'm, you know, happy that we're, you know, a stakeholder. I appreciate all of you guys waiting. And I look forward to supporting this as well as the other, you know, wonderful organizations that we're going to hopefully as a body support tonight.
Ms. Ajmira?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I agree with what's everything's been said. I just want to also highlight Councilmember Chairman Graham's leadership on this as the chair of the Economic Development Committee. I know this is something that was started with Beattysport and LaSalle, and now we have other corridors, but this is a topic that we have gotten continuous update on it at the committee level. So I appreciate everyone's work. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion on the floor for the corridors of opportunity, and that the work that would be done with the contractors as well as adopting the budget ordinance appropriating the money to the General Capital Projects Fund. So we have a motion on the floor, I think.
Yes.
Yep.
And a second.
Mr. Graham, and a second. And so all in favor, please
Aye.
raise your hand. Anyone opposed? All right, the next item on our agenda is the Carolina Theater.
Move for approval A, B, and C, Mayor.
We have a motion to approve authorize the manager to negotiate on the Carolina Theater purchase and sale agreement for $2 million from the fund balance in the cultural facilities. We have a motion.
Move for approval A, B, and C.
And then we have a second. Is there any discussion?
Yes, sir.
All right. Ms. Ajmira, we'll start this way.
Yeah, I have a question on this. It says the fund source is cultural facilities. Is that tourism bucket?
Yes.
Okay. That's all I, thank you.
All those in favor?
All right, any other questions?
I also want to recognize.
Oh, you're asking Miss, I'm sorry, Laura, would you?
It's fine.
Yeah.
Sorry.
What was the
No, I was
question?
just recognizing Laura's leadership, and
Oh,
that's
you were
all.
just saying thank you.
thank
Okay, got it. All right, so, all right, anyone else coming around this way? Ms. Johnson?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. One of the things I'd like to ask about is when we talk about arts and science or arts being accessible to those who might not otherwise have access to it, can we start to work with the organizations that we fund through the Arts and Science Council or through operational funds to offer more than scholarships for a few, but access for low-income students or children? We need to, where I'm from in Columbus, there's a theater that's in the inner city that's open to inner city children. And I'd like to see that as we are using public dollars to fund the arts and science and also the theaters, that we have some requirements that these organizations provide, like I said, more than scholarships for a few, but actually programming for children who might not otherwise have access to the theater.
Yeah, maybe I should let it go, but I won't. So that is as we were talking about the arts and culture plan, those are the things that you will do in January as you start to talk about these facilities to make sure there's access to people and artists and neighborhoods in those facilities. Yes.
Well, specifically, we're talking about funding this organization right now, specifically. So, I mean, I was even thinking for, for this organization to have that type of requirement.
And they have some provisions that would have access for the community to utilize the facility.
Well, when I talked to them, they said that there are scholarships, but I'm saying more than scholarships and actually programming or general programming for individuals
Move this along.
low-income individuals.
We gotta move on.
Thank you.
Call the question.
Okay,
Wait a minute.
Ms. Mayfield.
She had additional.
That's all, yeah. Yeah, that's what I was asking.
Okay.
No additional
Miss-
comment.
Ms. Mayfield?
You know what? No. Go right ahead.
All right. Any other comments? Mr. Graham?
Thank you. I look forward to supporting it. I toured the facility. The renovations are coming along greatly. If you hadn't seen it yet, it's amazing. It also begins the revitalization of the North Tryon Street corridor going the other way with the expansion of the new library, et cetera. And so there'll be a lot of activities happening on North Tryon Street for the next year, 2 or 3. But certainly supporting the conclusion of this construction will send us a good sign that growth and development is approaching North Tryon Street, and this is a really flagship project. So I look forward to a performance real soon.
All right, I think I see nodding heads.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we have a motion on the floor for authorizing the manager to negotiate the agreement and authorizing him to execute the amendment for the $2 million and adopt the budget ordinance for $2 million. All in favor, please raise your hand. Anyone opposed? All right, that carries you then. Thank you very much. Okay, the next item is item 15, Rocky, to approve a 5-year reimbursable agreement with 19300 Shearer Road Realty for construction of a portion of the Rocky River Sanitary Trunk Sewer Project and adopt a budget ordinance for $2.7 million from the 19300 Shearer Road Realty to the Charlotte Water Capital Projects Fund. Do I have a motion?
So moved. Second.
And we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please raise your hands. Anyone opposed? Okay, the next item is item 16, to adopt a resolution supporting a safety project on East W.T. Harris Boulevard at Delta Crossing Lane to improve traffic safety in support of the strategic mobility plan. Is there a motion?
To adopt and approve.
We have a motion to adopt and approve. And a second, is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please raise your hands. Anyone opposed? No, real good. Item 17, adopt a resolution authorizing the manager to execute a municipal agreement with the NCDOT in the amount of $86,500 and adopt a budget ordinance appropriating that money in the General Capital Projects Fund for intersection improvements at Sunset and Millhaven. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
And second, any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please raise your hand. The next item is adopt a resolution authorizing the manager to execute a municipal agreement with NCDOT for $45,000 and appropriate that $45,000 from the NCDOT for General Capital Projects Fund for intersection improvements at Mulberry Church and Queen City Drive.
District 3. So moved.
Second.
All right, thank you very much. I believe that we've had our closed session early. All in favor of adjournment? Yes, we're.
No, we want to stay.
Slow down.
You got to vote on the one you just,
Voted on the last item.
I'm sorry, we didn't vote on that last item of Mulberry. I am so sorry, Mulberry Church Road and Queen City Drive. I thought we did do the 45. Did we do?
Now,
No,
yes.
raise your hand, please, if you approve A and B under all in favor, please raise your hand. Okay. All right, anybody opposed? All right.
So,
That
Mayor, I
is-
do have a question for the manager for the next upcoming manager's report. It will be helpful if we can get a snapshot of South End along the light well where we did make investments previously in order to see what does that area look like today along the light rail. We have already had a conversation regarding light rail fare versus bus fare. Who has access to light rail versus who is stopped in the process of getting onto the bus, paying a fee. But it would just be nice to get an update of what our area is looking like as the rail is continuing to be expanded up South Boulevard, going out towards Westinghouse, just to see TOD impact, so for lack of a better word. What has been the impact of TOD for a community along like that? Thank you.
So, but will that go to committee or what?
Well, I would
I'm
like to
asking
talk.
for a follow-up, more
Yeah,
detail, but
yeah.
I want an update, manager's
All
report.
right, do we have we have a motion to adjourn, all in favor, it's
So moved.
unanimous.
No,